Ritika, what about your guests? Both of them are coming. We're trying to accommodate आ जाए. इसी लाइटिंग होगी ना। I thought मैंने कुछ कर दिया। अच्छा ठीक ठीक है, मैं बोल दूंगी इसके। हाँ ठीक है। हाँ जी। वो बच्चे इसे मैं बोलूंगी ना, आई फॉलो ऑन एवरीवन बिफोर स्टार्टिंग। हम्म। ट्रे है, एक मैचस्टिक और ट्रे ले लो कहीं से। थोड़ा पर्सनल, क्योंकि वो भी करवाते हैं ना। हाँ बस वो अरेंज कर लो और एक ट्रे, और फिर मैम को वापस कर। हाँ जी हाँ जी। I request all the dignitaries to please grace the dais. The role of journalism is not just to inform, but to illuminate. In an age of artificial intelligence and digital disruption, our responsibility as communicators is greater than ever. Good morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. P.B. Sharma, our notable chief guest, Professor Dr. Mukhtaruddin bin Ahmed, our distinguished Dean, Faculty of Arts, Professor Dr. UN Singh, respected Director, Professor Dr. Sumit Narula, our exemplary Additional Director, Professor Dr. Isha Janati, respected faculty members, esteemed guests, notable speakers, and dear participants. I, Dr. Rusha Mutkal, feel honored to welcome you all to the International Conference on Innovation, Disruption, and the Future of Journalism organized by Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Haryana. We shall begin this conference seeking divine blessings. May I please call upon all the dignitaries for lighting of the ceremonial lamp.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती निःशेष जाड्या पहा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Journalism today experiences an evolving confluence where technology and ethics intersect in unprecedented ways, from artificial intelligence in newsrooms to the challenges posed by deepfakes and misinformation. The industry is experiencing both profound opportunities and challenges. One of the most prominent names in the field of journalism is Navbharat. We are elated to have Navbharat as our media partner for this conference. Nav Bharat, Maharashtra's #1 Hindi newspaper, has been a trusted name in journalism for over 92 years. Established in 1934 by Sri Ram Gopal Maheshwari ji, it has built a proud legacy of delivering truthful, insightful, and impactful news to millions of readers. With a strong presence across multiple states, Nav Bharat provides an in-depth coverage, making it a vital source of news for the people. Let's see some glimpses from Nav Bharat. Technical team, please play the video.
This is the voice of India. We at Navbharat influence and get influenced by this young India. In 1934, Sri Ram Gopal Maheshwari founded Navbharat with a quest for honest and impartial reporting. Starting with a humble beginning as a daily newspaper, Navbharat has built its trust and credibility with its reliable news and in-depth opinions. Walking the path with India celebrating its glorious years, Navbharat stands as a true testament to building a nation and growing rapidly over 9 decades. Published in 2 languages, Navbharat in Hindi and Navarashtra in Marathi, this print enterprise has a presence over 4 states: Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Odisha. In the state of Maharashtra, it has 14 editions and 40 hyperlocal editions. With over 10,000 workforce and 3,000 journalists, Navbharat leads as one of the most influential media houses of the country, catering to a widespread readership base of over 9.2 million people. It has become the go-to news companion of Central India. Navbharat understands the value of the written word, cognizant of the impact it has on its readers. Bearing this responsibility on its noble shoulders, Navbharat believes in telling authentic and fearless stories, paving the way for truth and morality. The far-reaching impact of news is also evident through the profound engagement it generates on our social media handles. Creating a hub of viral engagement, Navbharat is proud to see a wave of change and transformation created by its 20.1 million digital users. Navbharat offers a brand solutions marketing platform with diverse opportunities that fosters connections amongst all and serves the society in many ways. We believe in empowering communities by amplifying their voices, promoting inclusivity, and encouraging mass platforms for creativity and recreation that in turn serve as catalysts of change at the grassroots level. Navabharat aims to go beyond.
सबसे पहले मैं नवभारत को विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद दूंगा जो अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं उनको सबको इनकरेज करने के लिए
नवभारत ने पत्रकारिता के उच्च आदर्शों को लगातार कायम रखा है
To serve all its stakeholders, to build better communication between the government, the political system, the industries, and the masses, which has been made possible with the support of our initiatives.
पत्रकारिता जैसे सेंसिटिव सब्जेक्ट में इनके ऊपर एक भी कभी क्वेश्चन मार्क नहीं निकाला
भारत आणि नवराष्ट्र आणि महेश्वरी परिवाराला मी मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो आपले आभार मानतो
जिन मूल उद्देश्यों को लेकर नवभारत की स्थापना हुई थी उसी परंपरा का निर्वाह नवभारत पिछले कई दशकों से लगातार करता आया है
Our principles of honesty and integrity have always given words to our voice. At Navabharat, this seed was planted 90 years ago. Today, as we look back at our journey, we are proud of the impact that we have created in the society and inspire the people for generations to come. Navabharat, the voice of a new India. Sadaiv apne पाठकों के साथ.
Artificial intelligence might carry out most of the work of the journalists, but what they lack is empathy. Journalism based on human values is not going to be extinct ever. These are the words from our president, Draupadi Murmu. Through this conference, we aim to engage in enlightening discussions and knowledge-sharing sessions on these lines that will shape the future of media and communication. At the outset, may I now invite Professor Dr. UN Singh, Dean Faculty of Arts and Chair Professor, Amity Center for Linguistic Studies, to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests. Professor Singh is a distinguished scholar and recipient of India's most prestigious literary honors, the Sahitya Academy Award. Sir, we request you to kindly grace the occasion with your words.
Thank you, Rusha. And thanks to the entire ASCO Parivar for calling me to give this welcome address. In fact, we are very happy that this is happening, and not only happening with the strength of ASCO, but also we have MMU, we have NVVO, we have Navbharat, we have Amity TV, we have so many other partners, Journal of Content and Creation, and all of us are trying to think together what will be the future of journalism in view of so many disruptions, so many disruptive technologies coming, and so much of innovation happening. We are particularly grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sharma, for coming here to encourage the discussion and deliberations in the area of journalism. And we are so grateful to Professor Mukhtaruddin for being our chief guest here, for so many participants from different groups, different backgrounds, and perhaps this will be a truly international event, both online and offline. I'm sure there are many, many more conferences to come, but this will surely be remembered as an important pathfinder to future of journalism. So welcome to all of you, particularly the student and the researchers and other faculty members from other departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for setting the pace for this conference. Now, I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Dr. Mukhtaruddin bin Ahmed. Now, I would like to call Dr. Satnam Singh, Associate Professor, Amity School of Communication and Conference Convener, to present the conference concept.
Thank you, Rusha. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Our chief guest, Professor Dr. Mukhtaruddin bin Ahmed, who have traveled all the way from Malaysia to attend this conference. Professor UN Singh, sir. Dr. Sumit Narula, our director. Dr. Isha Janiti, ma'am, our additional director. All the directors, deans, my faculty colleagues, researchers, and dear students. This is an important occasion that as Amity School of Communication is hosting its first international conference in AUH. So we are delighted to see many of you, academicians, journalists, researchers, industry leaders, so those who have gathered here today. We are here because journalism is at a critical juncture today. The rapid technological advancement in recent years have fundamentally altered how news is being created, disseminated, and consumed. AI, deepfakes, and the digital landscape present both opportunities and the significant challenges. This conference is designed to explore these transformations and chart the way forward. Our conference will focus on AI and automation, misinformation and deepfakes, ethics, the metaverse and the immersive storytelling, data journalism, and the social media. To address these themes, we have organized a comprehensive program that includes keynote sessions, panel discussions, research paper presentations, and interactive workshops that have taken place already yesterday. Please refer to the conference schedule that is with you in the registration kit. Our goal is to foster a collaborative environment. We aim to generate actionable solutions, foster networking, and shape the future of ethical journalism. Let's seize this opportunity to share ideas and create meaningful change. In closing, I would like to thank our patrons, partners, organizing committee, and especially you all, our participants. Your presence and contributions are vital to the success of this conference. I wish you a stimulating and productive time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Satnam, for acquainting us with the key concept behind this conference. May I now welcome upon the stage our conference chair, Professor Dr. Sumit Narula, Director, Amity School of Communication, to give opening remarks for the conference. Dr. Sumit Narula is one of the most renowned researchers in India. He is the founding editor-in-chief of biannual Scope Index journal named Journal of Content, Community and Communication, which has a CITE score of 3.4. One of his books, Environmental Awareness and Role of Social Media with IGI Publications USA, has recently been indexed by Clarivate's Book Citation Analysis Web of Science.
So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rusha. Thank you, team. So thank you, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, for giving us this precious time. Thank you, Mohammadin, sir, from coming from Malaysia and sitting with us. He's here with us from the last 3 days. And I'm very excited. A bit of nervousness is also there because we are hosting it for the first time. The team is very strong. Dr. Isha ma'am had the fort with her from the last 12 years. And now we are working together. Dr. Poojarana ma'am, Dr. Satnam, and everybody in the team, Rusha. And Professor Yuan sir, he is our mentor. He is giving us the support. Amir sir is there. And then we are launching some new projects. Amity TV, Mayank is there, Ruben, Shubham. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being with us today, because this is the first thing that we're doing, then many more coming up. Now, coming to the opening remarks of the conference, as Satnam has said, that we are here to break the barriers and we think beyond borders. And yes, we are worried about the disruption also, but I will not speak much on that because our Honorable VC has to speak a lot on that area. Yesterday, we had an enlightening discussion with him, and we are giving him this spotlight to speak more on this area, and he has to ponder upon the thoughts of how to save the journalism and the other things. And thank you once again, everybody. And we are very excited. Yesterday, we had a big hands-on training session where I took a session of 6 hours with around 70 participants. We discussed how to save the academics from fake, predatory, and cloned journals, and how to do good research. And once again, thank you, everybody. I would like to thank two more people. Dr. Manoj is there with us, and Dr. Rana is also there. So thank you, everybody. And over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you for the insight, sir. And now it's a great privilege to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. P.B. Sarma, sir, for sharing few words of wisdom. A reputed academician, Professor Dr. P.B. Sharma, currently the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Gurgaon, has been the founder Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University, DTU. Professor Sharma is a former professor of IIT Delhi and former president of Engineering Science Division of Indian Science Congress. Professor Sharma is currently the chairman of Ranking and Accreditation Committee of AIU and has been the president of Association of Indian Universities. A doctorate from University of Birmingham, UK, Professor Sharma, during his professional career spanning over 55 years, has made a distinguished contribution to the advancement of frontiers of knowledge in the areas of mechanical engineering, gas turbine technology, nanoscience and technology, new energy and environment technologies, knowledge and innovation management. It was Professor Sharma's inspirational leadership that Amity University Gurugram has taken great strides into sponsored R&D and fostered innovations in plenty. During his long association with DCE DTU, lasting nearly for 25 years, Professor Sharma has made a highly distinguished contribution to academic and research and administration of this prestigious institution. He was the master visionary of transforming DCE into a world-class academic and research institution that became Delhi Technological University, DTU. Professor Sharma has to his credit the rise of DCE and DTU to high global esteem in frontal areas of R&D and innovations. Recipient of many awards and recognitions, Professor Sharma has been conferred with honorary doctorate of Doctor of Engineering by his alma mater, University of Birmingham, in July 2013. Professor Sharma has also been conferred with honorary Doctor of Science by Dr. K.N. Modi University in October 2019. A crusader of India's rich cultural, philosophical, science and technology heritage, Dr. Sharma is a leading light of Indian higher education, deeply committed to ushering a new dawn of India's glory in higher education, research and innovation.
Thank you, Dr. Rusha Mudgalji. Perhaps we are not realizing that the younger generation doesn't want to listen more than a few sentences about an individual. The rest of it is already there on the media. You can click the name Professor P.B. Sharma and the whole life sketch of Professor Sharma will come. So one of the first lesson that we need to take actually for the future of journalism or future of media tomorrow, that we have to be as crisp and as short as possible. People like sitting in front of me, especially the younger generation, are already communicating with symbols rather than words, and the symbols speak several sentences. My own grandsons, 3 of them in America and 1 of them here in India, they keep responding to my long WhatsApp messages by only 1 or 2 words. And this is what I think the first lesson I thought I must put on the plate here, that we are discussing the future of media and future of journalism. But having said this, let me say that I'm so much delighted to have our honorable chief guest, Professor Mohiruddin bin Ahmed Sahab, coming all the way from Malaysia to our university, along with Professor Manish Barmaji, who would be joining us during the day. And I'm so delighted on the dais, we have our very brilliant Director of ESCO, Professor Narula, my Dean of Liberal Arts, Professor UN Singh, a man of letters, a man of great eminence in his own right, and also Isha Janati, who had been a long time associated with our university, bringing great experience of media and journalism from NDTV, Professor Rana, Professor Paras Chawla, Professor H.R.P. Yadav, Professor Sikka, my friends, members of the faculty from ESCO, and my very dear student friend. Let me very quickly finish off my address because people are calling me from my office. Somebody else wants to record my views on what is the future of higher education, which includes, of course, future of journalism here. Looking at these three important words which have been given to you for this international conference, especially we are talking about innovation. Today we are in an age of innovation infinite, not just innovation, but innovation infinite. Innovation is no longer the monopoly of those who are educated or who hold degrees or doctorate degrees. Innovations can happen at any age whatsoever, starting from a little child right up to the grown-up vice chancellor. Everybody can engage in innovation. And therefore, innovation is not the monopoly of the age. It is also not the monopoly of those who possess wealth or those who are running businesses or industries. Innovations can be monopoly only of the mind of the people. This is what we used to think earlier. The intuition, the imagination, faculty of a man used to be responsible for giving the new ideas and capturing those ideas. We were translating them into innovations. As has been informed in my own CV, I've been engaged in innovation right from the days I joined engineering and technology way back in 1964. At that time, a lot of goodness was happening around engineering and science, and I thought this is one area where I could utilize my mind, my intuition, my imagination, my intellect to cause innovation in plenty. Today, of course, we see that innovation infinite has become the rule of the game. But along with innovation, we are also getting a lot of disruption. And this disruption has also become the rule of the game today. The innovation and disruption, they will continue to go together. If you cause innovation, it will give rise to new product, new services, new systems, and that is bound to cause disruption. But this disruption must be for the nexus of good rather than for anything else. So we have to create the nexus of good on the strength of innovation and the disruption that is caused by it. What this nexus of goodness means. When I was a student like you at that time, the newspaper used to be called Nav Bharat, as has been rightly pointed out in the small video clip that has been given to you. I used to read that newspaper every day, Nav Bharat, Naya Bharat banne wala hai. And of course, a lot of good things were happening at that time. Bhakra Nangal came, Hirakund Dam came, BHEL came, HAL came, and a whole lot of industries around the country came. Then, of course, came the green revolution, the milk revolution, and then we saw India entering into the space age and so on. A whole lot of development were taking place, and Nav Bharat was, of course, looking Nav Bharat, Nav Bharat, Nav Bharat. Then we started looking at Nai Duniya. This was another newspaper that was coming from Indore because I belong to Madhya Pradesh. Nav Bharat and Nai Duniya, these were the household names at that time for the newspapers. Nai Duniya, I asked them, what kind of Nai Duniya you want to create? He said, Nav Bharat must give rise to Nai Duniya that should practice righteousness, truthfulness, responsibility, accountability of the kind that the human beings are supposed to possess. Our forefathers were very, very clear in their mind that your knowledge has no meaning, your wealth has no meaning, your power and status has no meaning unless you are in a position to utilize your power, your knowledge, your position for creating goodness and plenty for you as well as for the society and the mother nature of which you are a part of. And that is why truthfulness and righteousness, responsibility and accountability, they were an integral part for creating Nai Duniya. The fellow who was publishing Nai Duniya from Indore, Mr. Dikshit, Hriday Narayan Dikshit, he was very much particular about cultivating righteousness, goodness, truthfulness around press and media. And that is why perhaps he was not able to sell it as much as one would like to. And Nai Duniya, of course, was coming to Delhi, but not as widely spread as Nav Bharat. Nav Bharat, of course, continued to remain important. When I went to Birmingham for my studies, for higher studies, there the newspaper used to be called Guardian. I thought it's a good name again, because you, a journalist, have to be the guardians of the society and protect it from the virus of misguide and misconception and a whole lot of wrong that could be otherwise poured on the minds of people to destroy their mentality, their mindset, their attitude. And that's why the role of journalism was in the form of Guardian. It was one of the strongest newspaper you had coming out from London. And they also had at that time, when I went to America after becoming professor retired Delhi, there I found the news, it's called Washington Post. That means the idea was to keep you posted with whatever happening around the world, good or bad, and you decide, giving that freedom and autonomy for you to make your own informed decisions. And therefore the basis was more on the post rather than acting as a guardian and taking care of you, because it was thought that you alone can take care of you, nobody else. So it became a post. Of course, in India also here, we had the Times of India, and we also had Navbharat Times and other newspapers here. When we came to the television, of course, at that time, India was talking of Doordarshan, not only looking at what is visible here, but what is not visible here, looking at far and wide and assimilating all the information that you purchase and that you get, and then making an informed decision out of this. Countries abroad, of course, had their own television. They were calling them by different news. But in the new age in which we are today, we have the Aaj Tak, we have the G News, you have NDTV, of course, and you also have News 24. All these are trying to give you the best possible connect to the minute-to-minute happening today and would happen in your mind to create a better tomorrow for you. So this is what exactly is the position at the moment. The innovations of the kind that are impacting journalism, press, and media are today to be taken note of. No longer you require a large studio. No longer you require a large infrastructure to run a TV channel. You could be holding a mobile in your hand, going around and telecasting it live from there. We saw this happening in that little film. I forgot the name, but something, Bajrangi Bhai. That fellow was utilizing, in fact, the power of media, utilizing his mobile and giving the accurate information about what he wanted to communicate to the society. So the power of innovation today in press and media has enabled each one of you to go beyond the limits of infrastructure that you may otherwise would have required yesterday. And this is one advantage that we need to now encash more and more as we go further into the new age in which we are, because the power of connectivity and power of media and power of journalism would be very, very strong. I can see this from my own household. My wife is watching all the serials on the television. She is looking at Facebook more than me. And she keeps telling me, look at this, look at this. I said 90% of this could be fake. It could be concocted. She doesn't believe me. Then I asked Professor Narula, who has set up a center of excellence for detection of fake news and fake media. And then he comes back and says, yes, sir, you are absolutely right. This particular video has been crafted. That means they have uploaded on the original something else and then trying to sell it as original. Whole lot of this could be done in the form of news also. Often you get newspapers looking so old, and there something is written, you will take it for granted that it must have been published like this, only to realize that the crooked mind are utilizing the power of innovation and the power of connectivity that you have today, and the power of utilizing that innovation for creativity. They are using it for creativity for a wrong purpose. And therefore, as we look at the future of journalism, we have to now concentrate on what I call the responsible journalism. Responsible journalism has to be responsible for itself, but also responsible to the society to whom it aspires to serve. After all, journalism is here to serve the purpose of the people. It is to serve the interest of the people. It has to serve the interest of the society of which it is a part, of the global humanity of which it is a part. And it has also to serve the interest of the planet where we exist. Because if we do not serve the interest of the people and interest of the planet, we would go by the winds, and we will cause what we call existential threat for ourselves. And therefore, the journalism of tomorrow has to keep its focus on protecting the interest of man and interest of planet, interest of people and interest of planet. How this interest could be protected? Most of you who have belonged to journalism want to aspire for a great career. Those who want to set up TV channels or journalism or publish newspapers, they want to become rich. Now, there are two ways to become rich. One is to you sell yourself, you sell your conscience and obey the commands of those in power or those who have wealth, and obey their command and do what they want, then you also become rich. But that's the wrong way to go as far as journalism, press, and media is concerned. You can become rich by connecting to your people, to the planet with head, heart, and soul. Protect their interest and let their दुआएं, उनकी प्रार्थनाएं, उनके आपके प्रति भावनाएं, they will make you rich. And along with this richness, you will be happy and you will be healthy also. You will live a healthy life of 100 years without falling prey to any cancer, any heart attack, asthma, or diabetes, or any other chronic diseases that are otherwise prevailing. दुआओं का असर होता है. सारा पैसा कमा लिया और बाद में पता लगा कि ब्लड कैंसर हो गया. What the use of it? But nobody bothers. This is the trouble today. We all somehow rather have understood that we all must grow higher and higher in terms of power and position, and also amass as much wealth as possible, without realizing that no amount of health, no amount of wealth can buy you good health. And this is the realization that came during COVID-19, where we have seen the richest of the rich nations on planet Earth were on their knees to save their people, and they could not save it. In fact, more people died outside India than inside India here. And our own people, with the power of prayers, especially in the villages where they were poor, they could protect themselves better than those who had the wealth and all kind of power in the cities and metropolitan cities. So I think the message is loud and clear that the future we have to now chart for ourselves has to be creating a new world in which truthfulness, righteousness, righteous conduct, righteousness in terms of our communication and transfer of information and data has to be the hallmark of the reality of future of journalism. Nothing less than truth, and truth alone has to be the hallmark of the future on which we have to mount the new initiative for journalism, press, and media. And this we have to do for India today as well as for India of tomorrow. And this is exactly the charter for which the university degrees are meant for, the charter for which a whole lot of research that we carry out here is meant for. We are here to provide you all the necessary support system, except that we want a pledge from you. And this pledge has to be that tomorrow's media, tomorrow's journalism has to be responsible journalism. And this will create responsible society. This will create responsible citizenship. This will create responsible global humanity. And when the people are responsible, your government becomes far more responsible, because you are the one who elect the government then. And that way you will have the good governance, responsible citizenship, responsible global citizenship, and a media which will serve the interest of people as well as the planet. I leave you with these thoughts during this international conference and extend to you my warmest and best wishes for the success of this great conference put together by our School of Journalism, being supported by Professor Mahiruddin bin Ahmed coming all the way from Malaysia, Dr. Burma coming from Bahrain, and several other distinguished people who will be sharing their thoughts. Let God be with you during your journey from hereafter, and let you trade and transact on the pathways of responsible media, responsible citizenship, responsible global citizenship, and negating untruth at all costs, no matter how much sacrifice it commands to. God bless you. Thank you.
I request all the dignitaries to be on the stage to release book cover and conference proceedings. Please continue the applause. Thank you, sir. May I now welcome our dynamic Pro-Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Vikas Madhukar, to address the gathering. Dr. Vikas Madhukar is a thought leader and institutional builder. He is specialized in finance and strategy and holds his doctorate in international finance from Kurukshetra University. Dr. Madhukar has emerged as an influential academician renowned for his remarkable contribution and exemplary leadership. He is presently working as Pro-Vice Chancellor at Amity University, Gurugram, and Dean Faculty of Management Studies, Director, Amity Business School, and also heading Amity Innovation Incubation and leading entrepreneurship and startup initiatives at the university. He has mentored several students in translating their ideas into business model and provided startup support through Incubation Center. He holds a key position as a member of the governing body at Amity University, Mumbai, contributing to the institution's strategic decision-making and growth. As the Pro-Vice Chancellor, he has been involved in strategic planning and leads the development and implementation of the university's academic processes. An expert in curriculum design and academic delivery, he has significantly contributed towards curriculum design and development with focus on innovation, skilling, and new age pedagogy. Professor Madhukar has been instrumental in driving the university towards new heights of excellence. His strategic vision and unwavering commitment to quality education have brought about transformative changes, positively impacting the lives of students, faculty, and staff. His current research areas include strategy, leadership, and organizational development. He has a rich and varied experience of more than 25 years in teaching, training, research, consultancy, and administration. He has produced 15 PhDs and contributed to more than 80 research papers in different national and international journals and conferences, and authored articles in Times of India, Financial Times, and published 5 books on strategy and on other management areas. His research endeavors have resulted in groundbreaking findings published in prestigious journals and presented at international conferences. His expertise in strategy and finance has not only enriched the academic community, but also influenced policymaking in relevant sectors. Professor Madhukar has been appointed as Mentor for Change by Niti Aayog under Atal Innovation Mission to build future innovators. He has been a resource person and trainer to various public and private sector organizations like Ericsson, Kian India, Food Corporation of India, and QL2 software, etc. He is the editor-in-chief of Amity Management Analyst, the prestigious biannual referee journal of Amity Business School, and heading Center for Financial Analytics. A guide and a mentor, he led with collaborative approach and possessed excellent multitasking skills. Sir, please.
A very good morning to all present here, distinguished guests on dais, Professor Dr. UN Singh, Dean Faculty of Arts, Dr. Sumit Narula, who is Director of Amity School of Communication and also the head of our Amity TV project, which is a very, very prestigious project. And of course, the conference chair, Dr. Isha Janati, Additional Director, Amity School of Communication, our very worthy chief guest of the day, Professor Dr. Mukhardun bin Ahmed, who is a Dean of Faculty of Applied Communication, Multimedia University, Malaysia. And I'm happy to share that yesterday we had signed a very important MOU with this university, and we are very, very thankful for you being there. Thank you so much. And we extend a very, very warm welcome to you. Our Director of Asset, Dr. Paras Chawla, Controller of Examination, Dr. Vijay Kumar Bhardwaj, Dr. Sachin Juneja, Director Marketing and Admission, Dr. HRP Yadav, Head of our Civil Engineering Department, Dr. Sunil Sikka, a very senior professor, Dr. Pooja Rana, our other guest who is sitting among the audience, Ms. Sonia Bhaskar, who is program lead with data lead. The convener of this conference, Dr. Satnam Singh, the key person behind the organizing of this conference and organizing team of this conference, dear faculty members of Amity School of Communication, and my dear students. Very, very warm welcome to all of you to this 2 days prestigious conference on innovation, disruption, and future of journalism. Now, I believe the conduct of this particular conference is very, very timely, keeping in mind the overall state of nation and world. While one side, we say that media is a fourth pillar of democracy. The other side, we also talk about the great responsibility lies on the shoulder of media. Media, journalism can make a society or can take a society in the wrong direction. The role of media, we all know, is very important. It is not supposed to inform everyone about the state of affair. The job is not only restricted towards providing information only, but it works as a watchdog also, which keep a track on every stakeholder of the society, particularly the government. The media is responsible to bring the real face of government, the real face of society in front of general public. And especially in today's era, when we talk about the technological disruption and innovation, I see a great paradigm shift. The way journalism was there a decade back or 2 decades back, and how the journalism is done today in the scenario of technological advancement. There was a time when people, they were relying on a newspaper which used to come in the morning, and one time evening news or night news in Hindi and English, besides having radio, the other important mode of media. But now the time has changed thanks to the rapid advancement of technology, rapid penetration of smartphone, the almost free of cost availability of data to each and everyone. The information is now in real time available to us. And that's the speed. So one side, that has given an edge to our citizen to be more aware about what is happening in and around in the society, in the country, and in the world. But other side, it is also posing a great challenges. The other paradigm shift, which I see, which is the byproduct of this rapid advancement only, is shift from print media to digital media. As I said, the newspaper was the one source which used to be a prominent source of information, and now the rapid advancement of technology has given the impetus to the digital media, and that's what we have seen the digital transformation in last few years. As a result of digital transformation, in my personal opinion, out of the all mode of communication and media, I feel the social media has emerged a very, very powerful medium of communication. As I said, with the advent of smartphone penetration, with the advent of internet and data technology, and that is also available at a very lower cost. Now, virtually, it is accessible in the hand of everyone. And you know the power of WhatsApp, power of Insta, power of X, power of Facebook, how fast the information travel, how fast you see a message, you forward it to various groups, and it passes very, very fast. I remember there was a time when having an information was a challenge. Having an information was a challenge, but now we have plenty of information. But the challenge has changed. Now, the challenge about the trustworthiness and reliability and credibility of information. So I see this technology has given a lot of opportunity to everyone, including journalism, but simultaneously, this has posed the big challenges also. So one very important challenge I see, the challenge of misinformation and disinformation. And every time we see that an information which comes to us without thinking whether the information is true or false, we forward it to next. And even if few of us who try to find out the source of information, the first source we go is Google or Chat GPT. And in fact, probably most of you were not aware that when a false information is put into the system, the false sources are also created on internet. And when you put up the keyword in Google about that information, you find the source is there, but that source is also may not be true and factual. So I believe there is a need to find out a solution to this problem, that how to detect a fake information, a misinformation, a disinformation in real time. And I think that's one area where AI needs to work, where the rapid technology need to work. The another important challenge which I see is trust. We see what media is reporting and what is the reality. There is a gap. And therefore, I feel there is a need of having a responsible journalism, which the Vice Chancellor was also talking about when I stepped in, which is very, very important. So ethics are very, very important in times to come. And of course, I talked about the technology. The one very important aspect is evolving consumption habit of people. So now the consumption habit has also changed. We all know when we have a long message, we hardly read that message. Say that kaun itna bada message padega. When we see a long video, we just go see it for few seconds and we just get out. But now there is a change in the consumption habit. We see those small reels on Insta. We see those small advertisement on YouTube. Mere 8 second, 10 second, or even in some cases 5-6 second advertisement is made in a such a way that it is able to communicate well and create a positive impact on the mind of the target audience. So the journalism also need to tune with the changing pattern of consumption of the reader. And that's why I said in the beginning that the conduct of this international conference is very, very timely. And I believe that few of the key points which I discuss will be deliberated in detail in the various technical sessions which are planned today and tomorrow, and our very worthy resource person, our very eminent academicians, practitioners, they are going to debate on all these issues. And I'm sure that right now we have unveiled the cover of the book, but the everything to be consolidated in white paper, and the outcome of this conference will be presented, which will add a great value to each one of you, each important stakeholders. Before I close, I also like to extend a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Manish Verma, who is very close friend of mine and as an ex-Amitian, and presently he is a professor working in the School of Creative Media in Bahrain, Kingdom of Bahrain. So Dr. Verma, if you are listening to me, a very, very warm welcome to you to this very important conference. So with this word, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all of you, a very warm welcome to our distinguished guest, and on behalf of our founder president, our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to this very important conference, and look forward that the various sessions, discussions which has been planned during the conference is going to ignite the thought process of each one of you and going to add tremendous value and give a roadmap of future to prepare yourself to face the challenges of technological advancement, of this disruption, and prepare yourself and convert those challenges into opportunity. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your words always fill us with great exuberance. To set the tone for our discussions, we are honored to have Professor Dr. Mukhtaruddin bin Ahmed as our chief guest, Dean, Faculty of Applied Communication, Multimedia University, Malaysia, for the inaugural address. Dr. Mukhtaruddin Ahmed, currently the Dean of Faculty of Applied Communication at Multimedia University, Cyberjaya campus, holds a PhD from university, ranked in the top 200 of the QS World Rankings. He brings over 25 years of experience in public relations, having served in multinational corporations, universities, and academia. His extensive career includes roles as Director of Corporate Affairs at University Malaysia Sabah and University Malaysia Kelantan, where he was also appointed as Professor in Communication. Additionally, Dr. Mukhtaruddin was seconded to the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia as a media advisor. In the academic arena, Dr. Mukhtaruddin has secured research grants amounting to nearly 950,000 US dollars from various prestigious agencies, including the European Union. His scholarly contributions include publishing over 40 journal articles, 4 book chapters, and delivering 15 guest lectures in international forums, including Kosovo, Indonesia, and India. A frequent keynote speaker at various conferences, he has successfully supervised more than 6 postgraduate students, particularly PhD candidates, and he is currently mentoring over 15 postgraduate students. Additionally, he has guided more than 250 undergraduate students in completing their thesis, reflecting his deep dedication to nurturing future scholars and professionals in the field of communication. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you to the MC. Still early to say good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. To Professor Dr. Vikas Madhuka, Pro Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Haryana. Professor Dr. Sumit Narola, Director of Amity School of Communication and also Conference Chair. Professor Dr. Manish Verma, Professor of School of Creative Media, Bahrain Polytechnic, which is online. Associate Professor Dr. Satnam Singh, Conference Convener. Professor Dr. Yuen Singh, Dean Faculty of Arts, Amity University. Ladies and gentlemen, conference delegates, academic team members, and also students. First and foremost, I would like to make this, what they call it, thank you notes to the organizer for having me in this conference. And I'm delighted to be here to give some scenario about AI, digital ethics, and the future of journalism, media, and public relations. So maybe you are wondering why I'm extending this title, not only to cover on the journalism aspect, but also covering on the media and public relations. In principle and also in general, I would say that media, public relations, and journalism is a brother and sisters. We cannot run away from each other. So these three triangulation, symbiosis relationship between journalism, media, and public relations that makes the country beautiful, that makes the world moves on. Right. To start with some introduction. The Honorable Vice Chancellor has talked about on the advancement of technology. Of course, everyone knows that the fourth industrial revolution that has introduced artificial intelligence, IoT, robotics, and digitalization has created a totally different world from what we can see over 20 years ago. Same goes to the impact of artificial intelligence towards public relations and as well as journalism. And of course, in the long run, it's also affect on the ethical implication where it has created a new dimension of area in public relations, journalism, and media. And of course, when we talk about ethics in public relations, definitely we cannot run away from connecting the element of PR ethics with journalism, which is the main core issues that always being discussed and debated in this world, that including accuracy, trust, and transparency. Therefore, we have to understand that media and journalists will actually play a very significant role in curbing a misinformation and also to bridge the gap from organization to public. So in this case, journalists will bridge the roles in the news organization by looking from civil journalism point of view and also serve as an agent to foster collaborative journalism initiatives. From public relations point of view, when we look at how do PR integrate AI into the area of public relations, that including to assist the PR practitioners in automated press releases, assisting all the inquiries by the stakeholders through chatbots, sentiment analysis, which can be done via research. And this is actually another element that is important and crucial in order to make this world run fast, especially in the area of public relations, where, for example, AI-driven chatbots will provide instant responses to customers' inquiries. And we have to understand that in the area of public relations, every single person has to be treated fairly and has to be treated well. So on top of that, in order to understand the stakeholders' demand, for example, and also to understand the needful of public engagement, therefore, in the area of public relations, sentiment analysis tool will be considered as the most important factor or element in order to track public perception in real time. Of course, every single crisis, for example, we have to address accordingly in every 10 seconds or even every 5 seconds without miss. And in line with the demand from the media houses, for example, and also from the journalists, AI also can be used to create press releases that can be streamlined with corporate communication requirements. So in this case, it will allow practitioners to write in a very smart way, in the very fastest way, to ensure that it will be delivered in a timely manner to the right persons, and also to reflect all the information given by the organization. From the theoretical point of view, this will be one of the best models that will be used by public relations normally. We call it Gruning Enhanced for models of public relations that covers 4 spectrum, which is press agentry, public information, two-way asymmetrical, and also two-way symmetrical. From the media and also journalism point of view, mostly press agentry and also public information will be the most important theory in the area of journalism, which is also work in hand with public relations. For example, in press agentry, AI can be used to promote PR with little fact-checking. And sometimes it goes beyond that fact-checking. It will be more into disseminate the information with one-way direction without having any feedback. Of course, another important model or theory or concept in the area of public relations, which is public information. In this case, AI will assist in disseminating accurate information. Okay, however, one of the main issues faced by these so-called two theories will be, there will be an process where it will actually manipulate some of the idea or turn over the information from A to B sides. So again, we are unable to make sure that the information is accurate. Sometimes it can be used for propaganda. The third factors, which is two-way asymmetrical. Of course, the two-way asymmetrical will be more balanced model of communicating with stakeholders. So in this case, AI will help public relations and also work closely with media houses and also journalists in analyzing audience feedback for strategic advantage for the organization and also for any government agencies. Same goes to two-way symmetrical. Of course, we can see the transition of people, we can see the transition of public, where previously when we talk about 30 or 40 years ago, most of the public will rely heavily on the information provided by organization. They will accept as it is any information provided via media houses, via newspaper, via TV, and via radio station. But with more sophisticated information that can be accessed via social media and also handphones, most of the public will be having a lot of choices in terms of getting an information. So therefore, they are putting a demand. So that's the reason why two-way symmetrical will be more important to ensure that there will be a balance, or we call it symmetrical communication between organizations, media, and also journalism. So in this case, AI will foster balance, ethical, and transparent communication. On top of that, one of the main issues that we have to think about will be in terms of efficiency versus ethical challenges in the area of communication. Of course, everyone knows that AI not only enhances your capabilities, our productivity, our foster the way that we wanted to deliver our project, for example, accordingly, but at the same time, it also raises the concerns about the authenticity of the information. So the important part here will be on the fact-checking. Of course, the risk of AI-generated misinformation and bias will be very high. And to answer to this, so therefore we need for ethical guidelines in AI-based public relations, media, and also journalism practices. Journalism, media, and PR is something that can be seen and can be integrated, as we can see, for the past 40 to 50 years, and in fact, is still relevant until nowadays. So from public relations point of view, PR will serve as a bridge between organizations and media, where public relations professional will craft messages that shape public perceptions. And at the same time, media will rely on public relations sources for timely and accurate information. However, things have changed. We have to understand that one of the main issues that faced by both parties will be on the ethical concern, where it involves potential bias and promotional agenda in public relation messages. So in this case, media actually play a significant role to mediate organizations, which is PR, and also media, and also other stakeholders, especially public at large. So media literacy, for example, media houses should play a very significant role in educating people and also educating public, and at the same time also acting as a watchdog for certain organizations and also government agencies, for example. And on top of that will be shaping public opinion and also creating AI narratives. And towards the end, the idea of fostering global dialogue will be the most important element in the roles of media in building or bridge between organization and also journalism. Looking at AI-generated news and PR statements, for example, there's always an opportunities at risk and also risks that we have to understand. Of course, when we talk about timeliness, when we talk about speed, AI-generated content will speed up a news production, but risk spreading misinformation will happen. So this can be considered as red flag and alarming issue where some of the media houses, they goes beyond than understanding the situation for the sake of popularity and to gain more profit. And of course, automation in press releases and news reporting also will considered as a doubt in this case, where the organization or journalists should focus on efficiency or authenticity. Of course, when we talk about 30 years ago, one journalist can only write at most 1 or 2 stories in a day. But nowadays, they can write 1 story within 5 or even 10 minutes. So that will increase the efficiency, but it will reduce the authenticity, the result, because of they are unable to focus on the content and also putting human factors in their write-ups. Deepfakes, for example, and also AI-generated images will also becoming another challenging factors that will actually interfere with journalistic integrity. As I mentioned just now, journalism's role in verifying public relations-driven narratives. The role of journalism will be to ensure that fact-checking and investigative reporting as a countermeasures to be taken into consideration when it comes to writing a reports for the public. And on top of that, the importance of media literacy in distinguishing public relations-driven content from objective journalism will become another important element to ensure that the information always regarded as a the right things, and at the same time, the evolving role of journalists in an AI-dominated media landscape will be considered as another things that we have to consider for the next round. One of the main issue and also challenge that always discussed in between academic scholars, industries, policymakers, government, and even organization will be on digital ethics. The issues of misinformation, not only misinformation, but also privacy and plagiarism are actually at the stake at the moment with AI-driven content. For example, like AI-generated deepfakes and their role in spreading information will be considered as the main concern nowadays. Of course, journalists, for example, could be, or even public relations practitioner, or even everyone would depend and also rely heavily on the use of AI to assist them for creating an information. So in this case, it will also create a very serious situation where plagiarism will be put in the middle of ethics in writing a press releases and also articles. This will also impact the content manipulation toward public trust, where public will actually trust on the information from AI rather than go and check on the fact based on actual stories. Speaking about transparency in AI-generated press releases and journalistic reporting, we have to understand that there will be need for disclosure policies in AI-generated content. And one of the main issues for this situation will be to identify AI-written versus human-written news. I always mention about humanizing human concept in the area of public relations and journalism, where we should treat all information as something important, despite of having a freedom of speech. The fact-checking is most important, and the role of organization in conducting a fact-checking and maintaining credibility with AI use will be considered as crucial at this point of time. So in this case, the role of journalists in countering AI-driven propaganda will be considered as important, and it is necessity for AI literacy for journalists and also public relations professionals. On top of that, developing new verification tools to detect AI-generated misinformation, but at the same time maintaining ethical balance between the use of AI to make sure that efficiency happen with responsible reporting. So the increased role of AI in media content generation, for example, that has created and generate a lot of articles, as I mentioned just now. One article can be produced within 5 to 10 minutes. Providing a report, it could be in a very lengthy report, for example, multimedia content, which is currently on the rise. And this assisted news aggregation and also distribution, and will impact on the newsroom, not only towards their way of doing things, but also on the employment. And also it will cut short the editorial processes as well. So therefore, ethical guidelines for AI-driven PR and journalism will be considered as one of the most important part in this situation to ensure that it serves as a regulation and also boundaries for everyone to be considered as responsible and also make use of media use in a very responsible manners. And these ethical guidelines will also ensure that AI does not only replace human editorial judgment, but also addressing accountability in AI-generated misinformation. Therefore, the need for collaboration between public relations professionals and journalists to uphold integrity will be crucial. And it will require a joint efforts in combating AI-generated fake news while establishing verification system for AI-generated content. And in the end, it will strengthen AI transparency policies in public relations and journalism. To conclude, public relations and journalism must adapt to AI with ethical consciousness. And the necessity of digital literacy in journalism and public relations would be also one aspect that need to be considered. And of course, final thoughts on maintaining credibility in AI-driven communication will be another things that we have to consider for the next future. With that, thank you so much, and hope everyone have a enjoyable and fruitful conference for the whole day and also tomorrow. With that, thank you again.
Thank you for your thought-provoking address, sir. Without any further delay, I take the privilege of introducing our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manish Verma, Professor, School of Creative Media, Bahrain, Polytechnic, Kingdom of Bahrain. Professor Manish Verma is a distinguished academic and administrator with a remarkable career spanning over 25 years. His journey in education management and academic administration is a testament to his dedication, expertise, and global exposure. Professor Verma currently serves as a faculty member at Bahrain Polytechnic, bringing with him a wealth of experience from his previous roles, such as Pro Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs at Chitkara University, India, and Vice President Academic Affairs at UCB Bahrain. His formative education and doctorate from top Indian universities laid a strong foundation for his illustrious career. He further honed his skills through international study and training programs, including a postgraduate program in media arts and production from University of Technology, Sydney, and an executive program in management and leadership in education from Harvard University. Throughout his career, Professor Verma has excelled in academic administration and management at prestigious institutions such as Amity University, JICM, and the National Institute of Fashion Technology. His early experience in academic management came through his role as AVP Academic Affairs and Campus Management at Amity University, New Delhi. Professor Verma's expertise encompasses academic administration, academic affairs, research planning, auditing, quality assurance and compliance, IQAC, accreditation and ranking, strategic planning, event management, internationalization, and student services. He is also the founder editor of Amity Journal of Media and Communication Studies and has organized and hosted 3 editions of the International Conference on Media Studies. His contributions to academia are further highlighted by his guidance of the doctoral research, numerous research publications, and invitations to chair and present lectures at various national and international seminars and conferences. Professor Verma's professional reputation is evidenced by his nomination to various boards and committees of top Indian universities. Sir, please, we welcome you to the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, respected Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Madhukar, Director ESCO, Dr. Narula, Dr. Isha, other faculty members, Dr. Pooja, Dr. Satnam, participants, students, and all the people who joined today. It's indeed an honor for me to join this event as guest of honor. And I must say this is a very timely organized event with respect to the topic that we have today. And I firstly extend my gratitude to the organizing committee and School of Communication. And as someone who's been part of ESCO and Amity University for a very long time, I feel very happy and proud to be here. And I think I must say that Amity University has been a foundation for me where I have learned so much, and it is by far the best and place in terms of academic and research ecosystems. And the kind of support system and the environment is provided to the faculty and research is really, really unparalleled. And I must congratulate Dr. Narula for his wonderful work, initiatives that he has been taking. And again, this conference is a reflection of that. Coming to the topic of the conference, this conference is very, very timely, as all the speakers have acknowledged prior to me. They have talked about the context, and the chief guest, Dr. Ahmed, also talked about how these technological advances are changing not just journalism per se, but PR and mass communication as a whole. And I will try to talk about, on similar lines, I will try to talk about how technologies and AI is redefining workflow, and see that some aspects of it, like for example, AI in the newsroom, AI workflows, or even deepfakes, how these are affecting journalism as a profession. Let's start, let's give me a context of what is happening. So I went through this story. This is about a very recent incident.
World first Italian newspaper El Foglio has deployed AI to do the job of what a newsroom full of journalists do in and day out. And mind you, this is not just 1 or 2 pages we're talking about, but an entire edition of the broadsheet to be curated by AI on a daily basis, ranging from writing articles to crafting headlines. Must be wondering, what about those in action then? Will their jobs be taken for good? Well, not quite. As per the editor of the newspaper, the journalist will only be asking questions to the AI tool and reading and refining the answers it generates. But what exactly is the rationale behind all this? Well, according to the director of the paper, such a model will be launched on an experimental basis, but with an aim to apparently strengthen journalism, not to kill it.
So as we can see, this is happening right now. It's not the future. So adoption of AI, fully or partially at various levels, is happening in journalism. So I will try to give a context in terms of how we are moving further. So it starts with evolution from print to digital. And when we talk about print to digital, it's not about just speed, it's about accuracy. There's a lot of pressure which is there on the reporters to produce content which is constantly refreshed every minute. The concept of 24/7 news cycle is fueled by a lot of competition and the virality of social media. Okay, so most of the time we'll see that the speed, the need for speed trumps the reflection and accuracy. The other thing which has emerged in the last few years, the role of citizen journalism. So it's a very powerful force, and people are equipped with smartphones and social platforms, and they are participating in creating those narratives, and especially during the times of crisis. Another factor that we have is algorithm and the influence of algorithm on what we see, and which has led to a lot of news curation by the news organization through social media feeds, machine learning models, and which is based on the algorithm that we used in marketing as well, wherein we look at biases or the behaviors of the people who are using a particular consume data. So which eventually has led to a lot of erosion in public trust, and people are skeptical about what is correct, what is misinformation, what is right information. We will talk about deepfakes as well. We'll try to understand that how those are creating problems when it comes to delivering authentic news. Another factor which is very, very important is the fragmentation of audience. So today audience are scattered on different platforms. For example, Gen Z are on social media, they're consuming news through Facebook, Instagram, and then there are older generation which are on maybe reading newspaper or television. So from a very production standpoint, there's a challenge from the news media organization. if we have to analyze how the adoption of newsroom in the newsroom of AI, we can see that there is a lot of role when it comes to editorial planning and content creation. AI can really help in that. It can also help in topics where there's a lot of data. When it comes to stories about facts and figures, and we've seen that many of the news channels have started using those AI anchors. For example, for weather report, I think Aaj was one of the first channel who adopted that. And a lot of conversations are happening online about different kind of topics, events, debates. Then in that context, we see that there is a role of sentimental analysis, which can help you to predict what is happening. And then in terms of other technologies, for example, in terms of translation, transcription, AI can be really helpful. Just like any other business-based app, recommendations on Netflix or Spotify, similarly, recommendation engines can help news organization in personalization of news feed as well. But in the end, we can see that no matter AI is there, but human oversight remains crucial. AI lacks nuance, AI lack empathy and ethical judgment. These are core qualities of journalism, and they, no matter what newsrooms will adapt, but there will be always need for journalists to contextualize whatever the information AI is producing. Another aspect of use of adoption of AI is deepfakes and how we can detect truth. The rise of deepfake technology has influenced politics all over the world. We have seen in different elections the use of deepfakes. This leads to a threat to public distrust, and then there is issues related to how a democratic society should behave and the discourse should be there. So it becomes very difficult to detect these things, though AI is already working on creating tools, but they are lagging behind. So there is AI which can create deepfakes, but there is AI which can detect this as well. So there is ways like, for example, blinking of eyes, lighting, reflection, all these can help in creating certain tools which can detect deepfakes. But in the end, one of the things that will matter is that how we educate people, how we educate society, and that in that context, the role of media literacy becomes very, very important. So how we as educators or society can understand the role of media literacy, it's there in every, I think we'll talk about that, how academics can help, but there are organizations like Google News Network, Data Leads, all these are trying to raise awareness for last so many years about the fake news, etc. So this will help a lot of people. This will help a lot of people in terms of educating the younger generations about these kind of menaces. So journalists, the role of journalists becomes not just as content creators, but as defender of factual integrity. Other aspect could be the ethics and accountability. Ethics brings us a dilemma in terms of how to use this AI generated content. So there will be demand, there will be need for using AI content because humans may not be able to do certain tasks, but there is a need for transparency and disclosure. Whenever news organizations are using this content, they should disclose that this content has been made with AI. Another aspect could be when we develop these models, if there is a bias in training data sets and algorithm outcomes. So whenever those tech companies who are developing these tools, they should be aware that whatever data set they have, they should not have any biases. So in terms of AI, at the end of editor or people who are making the decision in terms of what kind of content they'll be using, there should be accountability in decision making, Editorial judgments, what stories highlight, which sources to prioritize, increasingly influenced by algorithm. So these decisions can affect public opinion and social norms. So there needs to be a clear chain of accountability for the outcomes when they are machine mediated. Another aspect could be that we collaborate with cross-sector ethical standards. So there should be tech companies, academic institutions, policymakers, government come together to create a standard for AI use in media. So again, in this context, it is very important that we look at role of journalists not just as curators but custodian of public trust. So from a journalistic standpoint, the values of empathy, fairness, these are very, very important. In terms of, I'll just try to conclude in next few slides. Another aspect could be the data journalism and storytelling. Data journalism is very, very important, and all the journalism schools all over the world are teaching this to their new students, because it helps in terms of going through vast number of data sets, statistics, which are very, very important. And as a journalist, you can select which data sets are important, and they can analyze complex data sets. So for example, if you want to look at certain data about last 5 years of government spending on particular issue, and as a journalist, you want to look at certain trends and find out problems, then AI can really detect those trends. Another thing which can help in creating very information-based stories are visualization techniques. So there are softwares like Tableau and other platforms, Flourish, Data Wrapper. They can allow journalists to create interactive charts, infographics, maps that make stories much more interesting. But again, the context remains the ethical use of it. So when we use big data, we must ensure that there is a transparency in terms of sources, methods, and limitations that we are putting while using these data. And one of the most important issue in data is data personalization. So when we are trying to personalize stories and we are trying to use personal data of the users, it becomes very, very important that we look at their privacy and then make sure that we do not misuse that. AI allows for hyper-targeted content delivery tailored to users' interest and behavior. While this boosts engagement, but it raises critical questions about surveillance, consent, and manipulation. So ethical data journalism must strike a balance between serving individuals and then creating a relevance and collective privacy. Ultimately, data journalism is there to create interesting stories and tell the stories about different issues. Meta journalism or journalism in metaverse will be very, very important. This is one of the future that we have. It creates immersive storytelling. So rather than you are reporting a story about a crisis, and if people can go there and experience that field where exactly the action is happening, that creates a different experience for the users. So these technologies, VR, AR, will be adopted. They're already being adopted internationally. But again, there's a dilemma in terms of what ethical concerns you can have. So what is reality and what is actually you're creating or constructing through it? It definitely have an opportunity for audience engagement and creating empathy. But again, we'll have to see that how these are monetized. So what is the role of platforms like Facebook, Meta, Apple, or even Microsoft, how those people will create their processes and what will be the monetization model. One of the problem could happen is that this could create a divide between people who are rich and poor, and there are places in the world maybe where do not have that kind of bandwidth or infrastructure to these kinds of journalism. So this may lead to creating again a digital divide. This is very important. This is with respect to us, what we can do from academia. So academia can bridge gap when it comes to theory and practice. We can talk about scholars bringing communication models, media ecosystem, context from politics, why practitioner can bring experience from the field. Academia plays central roles in in developing ethical frameworks. And there is a collaboration that we need to have with universities, newsroom, and technologies so that we can test those AI algorithms and models. There is very essential need to train a future journalist from academia, whether it is our core role, where we train new student in terms of all the technological advances and the use of ethical AI. So we from universities and colleges can take up that mission where we train students which are not just there to report stories, but they have sense of data science. They know some bit of coding, some AI ethics, cybersecurity, and how to use these platforms. So these are all, I think, future journalist will not just be a writer, broadcaster. He will be an analyst, designer, and digital storyteller who could use all these technologies. So academia must adopt these latest innovation and include them in their curriculum. From a policy standpoint, again, academia has a role where they can recommend when technology is invented, it can be tested by the media industries, and that research can be used by academia, and then based on then certain policy can be drafted and which can be recommended to the government. So one of the core mission could be, other than training journalists, is promoting critical thinking and media literacy. And media literacy, as I said, from a community standpoint, there are a lot of people which are already doing that, but we should recommend to our higher education that media literacy becomes a core subject in most of the programs. And I'm sure a lot of people are already doing it as an elective courses for other streams as well. So this is where academia can contribute. In the end, I'll just conclude by the last slide. What exactly we can do? We can prioritize ethical adoption of newsroom. We can strengthen cross-sector collaboration wherein we collaborate with technology, academia, journalism. We can invest in training journalists and upskilling of existing journalists. We can promote transparency, inclusion, and trust. We can encourage innovation that serves democratic value. And in the end, journalism should not be seen as commodity. It should be seen as public good in the digital age. So I would like to conclude by this, that journalism, as I said, is a public good. And in the digital age, journalism is not just market commodity. It is a foundation for informed citizenship, civic debate, democratic resilience. So I once again congratulate ESCO for organizing this very timely topic. As our students are getting ready to adopt this technology, our industry is already there somewhere midway. They're already adopting some part of it. And the role of media institution becomes very important. And what I can see from this conference is that ESCO is already contributing in this mission. I wish them all the very best. They have been pioneer in so many ways in terms of so many initiatives, be it publishing a world-class journal, which will be in Q1 very soon. I congratulate all the members associated with it, and starting a data detection center. So I see when I left ESCO Gurgaon, I already had this affiliation, and I was wondering who will come and join after that. But seeing Dr. Narula doing such a wonderful job, I feel very happy. He has been a colleague and former friend for a long time. And I thank Dr. Madhukar also for the opportunity. And I look forward to being a member of Amity family and contribute in whatever capacity I can. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for such insightful address, sir. And thank you for your motivating words. On behalf of Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Haryana, I would like to express our gratitude to our sponsors and conference partners, Multimedia University, NVivo, Turnitin, Smart PLS, TV Bricks, Emirate Publishing, and Nav Bharat. I would now request our respected Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly honor our chief guest, Professor Dr. Makturuddin Ahmed, with a memento. We would also like to honor our media partner representative, Ms. Ritika Bhagchandani, Brand Executive, Navbharat Media. A round of applause, please. As we move towards conclusion of this intellectually stimulating inaugural session, I request Professor Dr. Isha Jainati, Additional Director, ASCO, and Conference Co-Chair, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Rusha. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my privilege and honor to extend the vote of thanks for the International Conference on Innovation, Disruption, and the Future of Journalism, hosted by Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Haryana. This means media needs to understand responsibility. As the Pro Vice Chancellor said, create a nexus of responsibility and goodness, use data ethically. As we become tech-leaning, what we need to be very cautious of is the misinformation and disinformation floating in society. So today's inaugural session has been truly insightful, and I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this session a resounding success. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Dr. Mukhtaruddin bin Ahmed, Dean Faculty of Applied Communication, Multimedia University, Malaysia. Sir, your inspiring words and valuable insights have offered us a fresh perspective on the evolution of landscape of journalism, PR, and AI. Your presence today has been incredibly motivating, and we are truly grateful for the time and effort you have dedicated to being with us. Thank you. I would also like to convey my deepest thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manish Verma from the School of Creative Media, Bahrain Polytechnic, Kingdom of Bahrain. Sir, your insightful thoughts on the future of media and communication, and especially the roadmap ahead that you shared with us, is going to add immense value to this conference as we move forward and deliberate over the next 2 days. And we really appreciate your contribution. A heartfelt thank you to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.B. Sharma, and our dynamic Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Vikas Madhukar, for his invaluable presence, guidance, and support. Sir, your leadership continues to inspire and empower us to strive for excellence. Thank you. Gratitude to Professor Uday Narayan Singh, Dean, Faculty of Arts, for being our guiding light. And I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers and panelists, whose knowledge, experience, and ideas will undoubtedly enrich the discussions throughout the conference. A special thank you to the convener, Dr. Satnam, the organizing committee, and our technical support team, volunteers, and media team, everyone working behind the scene. Your hard work and commitment has been crucial in bringing the inaugural session to life. I would also like to thank our participants in advance for joining us and contributing to the dialogue over the next 2 days. Gratitude to our sponsors and partners for the generous support, which has played a vital role in making this conference possible. Also, as we conclude the inaugural session, I encourage everyone to carry forward the insights we have gained today in this session and work collectively towards redefining the future of journalism. Thank you so much for your presence and participation. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable words, ma'am. With this conference, we are looking forward to having more engaging conversations and partnerships. We encourage all participants to actively engage and share their perspectives and collaborate in shaping the future of journalism. Thank you and see you in the preceding sessions. We are waiting for a tea break outside.
आपको इनवाइटिंग और आपका आना इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट पहुंच गए आप नहीं वो एक्चुअली
नहीं एंकरिंग
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanoba Zakir and extends a warm welcome to all of you to this enlightening discussion on the topic Truth Under Siege, Combating Synthetic Media and Digital Deception. In an era where AI is reshaping information landscape, the line between fact and fiction is increasingly blurred. Today, we have gathered to share how synthetic media and digital deception challenge truth and what can be done to counter this crisis. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our keynote speakers and moderator for this crucial discussion. We are privileged to have with us Dr. Mukhtaruddin Ahmed, a distinguished academic and communication expert who currently serves as the Dean of Faculty of Applied Communication at Multimedia University, Cyberjaya campus. Dr. Mukhtaruddin brings with him an impressive 25 years of experience in public relations, served in multinational corporations, universities, and academia. As a frequent keynote speaker at international conferences, he has mentored the next generation of scholars, having successfully supervised more than 6 postgraduate students, especially PhD candidates, and currently mentoring 15 postgraduate students. With such an extraordinary portfolio and unwavering commitment to truth and ethical communication, we are truly honored to have him for this discussion. We are also honored to have with us Ms. Sonia Bhaskar, working as a program head with Data Leads, an award-winning data-driven multi-platform initiative on the forefront of building capacity to tackle misinformation, disinformation, and the impact of emerging technologies on the information ecosystem through collaborations, media research, and innovations. Ms. Sonia Bhaskar worked with NDTV as head of television and web synergy for group till February 2024. She had been with NDTV for 24 years and held different positions, from being a researcher and a business journalist to being editorial in charge of various weekly feature shows on NDTV Profit. Ms. Sonia Bhaskar went on to head the technology programming for the network, producing shows like Gadget Guru, which crossed many milestones and set numerous benchmarks for being the first show of its kind on Indian television. The session moderator for this discussion is Dr. Satnam Singh, who is a media professional, educator, health communicator, and working as an associate professor of journalism and mass communication in Amity University, Haryana. He has a rich and varied experience of more than 15 years in field of media and communication and more than 20 years in health communication. He has authored several books, research papers, and articles in various reputed national and international journals. Now I invite Dr. Sumit Narula, Director ASCO, and Professor Dr. Isha Janity, Additional Director of Amity School of Mass Communication, to please honor our guests.
You got a lot of space in your bag, right?
पानी में देते रहना।
Now I invite our moderator, Dr. Satnam Singh, to take it forward. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, Sanoba. Once again, I welcome the esteemed panelists, guest, Professor Mukhtaruddin. We call him Dr. M. That's very common name among his friends and colleagues. And Ms. Sonia Bhaskar, who is a program lead at Data Leads. So the topic that we are going to deal today in this plenary one is the truth under siege, combating synthetic media and the digital deception. We have seen in past 1 decade, and particularly 5 or 6 years in particular, that the rise of misinformation, disinformation, fake news, advertorials, paid news, and now the trending one, deep fakes, have emerged as a challenge, right? The synthetic media, we call it. So I just, to set the tone of this session, I want both of you to just comment how in the past few years the synthetic media have evolved and what helped synthetic media to grow like that. Can we start with Dr. M?
Thank you so much, Dr. Satnam. Okay, speaking about issue of misinformation and also disinformation, especially when people make use of AI to generate a lot of particular information, even conducting research, coming up with the new data, turning and churning from whichever data, but to something that considered as valuable for them. Okay, one of the main issue be if we look at from organizational point of view, it will affect the decision making and it will also affect the direction of the companies if the information obtained from AI or anything related from the so-called anything related to AI, it will actually tarnish the image of the organization. In fact, a long-term effect will be quite bad, especially in terms of the longevity of organization. Not only talking about the values, but also it could also pull down the stock price, for example, the reliability to its company, even if we don't even believe to that company and we don't even support the companies anymore. So that would be one of the main issue. Okay. Another thing that I wanted to bring would be on the truth. Okay, the truth will be from different point of view. Certain people will think that when they use AI, it will be considered 100% can be trusted. That means the source of trust itself is given back to the AI without checking the fact. But from organization point of view, it has to be cross-counter, which means we need to check the fact, even though we make use of AI to generate information, to generate the data, but we must be there to humanize the human factors or to humanize the data to ensure that this data actually considered as reliable, valid, and also can be trusted. So I would say that that would be my first explanation.
Sonia.
I just want to set a little bit of context. In the last 1 year, I have been working on something called the Shakti Collective, which is a consortium of fact checkers and newsrooms. We started last year just before the general elections. So some of my learnings is from what we saw, because when general elections were supposed to happen in 2024, everyone was gearing up for an onslaught of deepfakes and AI-generated content. We were expecting a lot of AI-generated content during general elections. Surprisingly, we didn't have that much. So general elections 2024 in India was not AI-driven. Of all the fact checks that we did, say about 5,000, only 1.8%, less than 2% was AI generated. And also what was AI generated was not high quality stuff. Now, when Delhi elections was happening in 2025 February, things are very different. The reason it is different, and we've seen in between general elections and Delhi elections, Maharashtra elections also happened. Maharashtra elections and Jharkhand elections also did not see that much of AI generated content. But by the time Delhi was happening in 2025, election related deepfake content was almost 5%, from less than 2% in the work that we have done in the last 1 year. Now, why has that happened? Because technology is evolving very, very quickly. And it has become quite easy to generate content through AI, even in the span of last 1 year. ChatGPT happened in 2022. Even that one company and its tool has evolved so much. And now we have so many other tools and so many other options. So it has become very, very easy. But the technology to detect is not growing fast enough. It is playing a catch-up game. Also, in case of India, the difference and a huge factor is that most of these tools are trained on Western data. So earlier, like 1 year ago, when general elections was happening, whatever was getting generated was, you could make out that it's not a high quality deep fake and you could easily detect it. But now we see that a lot of good quality AI generated content, even with Indian ethnicities Indian sort of languages, etc., are emerging. So this is an emerging threat, and we don't have enough detection tools to handle even content which are probably relevant for Global South, let alone India with so many language differences.
Thank you so much. See, in how this has grown, and particularly because you talked about the general election, particularly the political intervention, and as far as my knowledge is concerned, it may be limited. Technology is meant for the humankind. It is supposed to make people's life easy. And one of my friend is a professor, and he usually said ki, there are lot to discover using these AI tools, but the people, they are not involved in that positive aspect, right? So my next question is, why this negativity is taking over AI generated content? We recently have seen Grok, right? The people, like how people are asking what kind of question Grok is getting and how it is being abused. So your take on it. And we are fortunate enough, we have panelists from 2 different countries. So it will be interesting to know your views over it, right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In fact, from Malaysian perspective, this will be my point of view. Even before AI started, when people are using social media, we have seen a change of government because of, could be misinformation, false information, not the right fact, and then people are easily swayed by the so-called propaganda. I would say that, yeah. So public opinion can be changed rapidly because of people rely heavily too much on the social media back then. Yeah, but of course there will be some issue as well because of most of the information could be not really connected to one to another, for example. Yeah, but with AI now, the AI can actually connect from this fact to the second fact to the third fact and until the end of the facts. So now the people are more rely heavily because of they can see, oh, this is the logic of the fact. Yeah, but again, it's about humanizing human, because we are, as a human, we must utilize our own understanding, yeah, to see, to analyze, to interpret the information. But apparently it doesn't happen. So in this case, rather than having a high IQ, most of the public has become lower in terms of IQ. That could be issue that happen. Okay, so of course, plus the process to validate the information is that it requires a lot of energy, especially from the agencies, organizations, to make sure that people do realize what's the actual, what's right, what is wrong. Even again, when we talk about right and wrong, it will be based on their own personal point of view. Because everyone who have their own point of view, everyone would have, or they wanted to listen to what they wanted to listen, they wanted to read what they wanted to read. That's the main issue. Yeah.
Thank you, Sonia.
You mentioned Grok. Now, Grok got launched just before the US elections, and people were taken quite aback by what it was doing, even when you just give a prompt. And I think people experimented with a prompt like a CCTV footage of ballot boxes being moved, right? And it generated a pretty realistic image. I mean, it, for a layperson, it, even for anybody, it would be, you will suspect it to be probably happening, right? That is what I meant, that you're making it very simple. Does it have a purpose? What purpose is it serving? If it can be misused, and if you've not put the guardrails, and although Musk was criticized for rolling it out just before US elections, now Musk is president number 2. Some people joke about it. So the point here is that the tools have a positive aspect. There are positive utilizations and uses of AI. Of course, there is in healthcare, in even in journalism, even in a creative medium. Of course, there is. But where are the guardrails and where are the safeguards and who's implementing these safeguards and for whom? this is the debate, because this, I mean, misinformation, disinformation problem, which has existed with social media, we realized during COVID, it has no boundaries. We have seen during the course of last 1 year that when, say, a news event happens, even in Bangladesh, when ISKCON monk got arrested, you had AI generated clips that were circulating in India with a certain narrative, proposing a certain kind of, and it can cause communal violence or disturbance. It was circulated with that intent, right? Because it was easy to do so. Um, do we have any sort of guardrails in place right now? No, we don't. And that is a problem. Are there solutions being discussed? Yes. Like if a tool is generating a synthetic media, why can't it be watermarked? And by watermarked, I don't mean a physical watermark, because you can obviously Photoshop it, but even in coding, like so that the platforms, when a Google search throws it up or a Facebook search throws it up, you know it is labeled as AI generated. So anybody can understand, okay, some AI content is being done. Why can't it be done from the very beginning or the genesis of that content? I'm sure there are technological solutions. If AI today is doing so much at just few words, you punch in few words and it's generating so much of content. The other challenge is the multimodal medium of this, because there's text, there's video, there is images, there's audio, and audio detection is very, very difficult. So the multimedia nature of the problem, so unless and until you put the guardrails right at the generation, when you're generating using certain software to generate something, it is very difficult down the chain to even make it out what is AI and what is not.
As Dr. M was mentioning that humanization, it's kind of dilemma, we can say, or kind of joke in other sense. Like humans, created AI, and now AI is, training humans to be, be more human. So how you see that?
Okay. My question will be whether AI can be humanized or we are humanizing AI. Okay. Of course, God has created us. That's the reason why we are creating AI. That means, as a human, we are far better than AI. We are creating them. I mean, the people who are creating them. Okay, now, our role will be always to be above than AI. Yes, we cannot deny the fact that in our daily lives, AI is part of us. I mean, we talk about 20 over years ago, we can live without any handphones. But now, we cannot live without a handphones. So it will be the same thing. We like it or not, AI will be part of us very soon. Especially to the young generation. Yeah, they always prefer to have something that will allows them to do shortcuts, to make looks nicer, but in reality, it does not brings the emotional feelings. I'm so sorry to say that, Dr. Sadna. I can see that even some of even the PhD scholars work as well. Yeah, when they submit the chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, yeah, it looks so nice. But in reality, we can see that it's clearly done by AI. Yeah, but we cannot say that, oh, you cannot use, because it is part of us. It should be used to assist human to increase our IQ, not to downgrade our IQ. That would be my key take for that question.
And just to add to that, and definitely not to dehumanize. I mean, right now we are, I mean, I have not seen the Netflix series, but my friends have. The kind of influence social media is having and the kind of impact technology can have on you. And we've been for the last 1 year seeing thousands and thousands of viral claims that are being debunked by fact checkers. The kind of narrative, sometimes violent, gory, sort of sensitive imagery, the way it gets handled on the social media platforms and the kind of viral claims that circulate, especially gender related, it is quite scary. And what AI, right now, I don't know how many people realize it. The largest market of AI, again, like online, is porn. And the way AI content is being used, to generate content, misogynistic content, sometimes just superimposing and actually creating something out of nowhere, can be quite detrimental. We are also seeing content which involve children. We are seeing from, especially we live in a world which is waging two wars, and there are so many other strife happening in different parts of the world. The kind of content that then gets circulated and can be quite triggering. So these are things that almost are, after a point in time, you can't just ignore and say, oh, it is AI generated or not, I don't know. uh, we need that human intervention, and very quickly and very swiftly, because we have not been able to regulate social media very well. We have not been able to put the platforms, make the platforms accountable for what happens on their platforms, and AI is just going to complicate that. So we need human intervention very, very, and very, very strongly. And it cannot be just one country or two countries. It has to be a across the border sort of cohesive effort. Some people say that, like the way Paris Agreement used to be, but now we know what Paris Agreement is falling apart. So in this divided a world, it's going to be a very difficult challenge to regulate AI, and we don't have a cohesive policy and agreement amongst most countries about how to deal with this technology.
Thank you. So since you mentioned the regulation part, I'll give one example out of context. So my mother, she never went to a school. She's an illiterate woman. But in past few years, usually she rang me up in the evening. And her first statement is, have you eaten? It's your wife and your kid okay? Now sometimes she asks about my kid in first place. Then the third thing that she do, she shares with me. So today I have seen 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 messages over WhatsApp. Sometimes video, sometimes some messages about some political thing or something, right? And then she's not just sharing, but she wants me to confirm if it is true or false. That's her habit. So why I'm saying this, she, being a woman, always living in a village, she never, ready to shift to the city with me. Then, okay, I want to die in my, that ancestral home only. So that's the case. But she has that sense, right? She's self-regulating herself. She's not believing in first place, and I never told her to do so. That is one case. But we see this younger generation, and as you mentioned, these governmental agencies and different, sections of the society, and particularly as you mentioned, that misogynistic content, or the gender perspective, or the term that soft porn. And another thing, sorry, I'm overloading it, but we see content, and because I'm also in theater person, so in theater we always been taught and discussed about that, reading between the lines. Don't go after the literal meaning of the word, but try to read between the lines, the subtext, as Brecht said, right? So in that context, how do you think that these regulations can actually regulate? Because it's us, it's we humans, people, or the leaders who are dealing with it are supposed to. Now the political parties, the governments, they are misusing it to set their propaganda. When the elections, we can start from it in 1964, that Nixon election that won with the agenda setting theory. At that time, AI was not there. But you see, the agenda was the same. And we can go back and back. So
Yeah,
that's my question.
I mean, of course, propaganda has always been there. So that is not the thing. It's just the speed at which it spreads now, and it's on our phones. And what we do on our phones, what I do on my phone, he may not know, right? So it's my universe. I'm confined to that device. That device almost defines me. Whatever I do is there. What if your mother got a WhatsApp message from you that I need some money, transfer it to me? Right now, there are hackers or AI tools that can do that. You just have to, if your phone, your WhatsApp access, they can have the access to your contact list and somebody can get a message. It has happened. All the banks right now, if you look at their Twitter handles, or I went to a physical branch after a long time, they're all putting up messages about if you get any message or any, even from a recognized HDFC helpline or something, please verify with your branch if we have rolled out that scheme or not, right? It can be as innocuous as a scam, which comes from your own bank account to your registered email or a mobile that you don't know about. It can be something that you see, which you know is not true, because Putin was taking AI generated Putin's image was taking a dip in Sangam, or Trump was taking a dip in, during Kumbh Mela in Sangam. So that is something that you can ignore as entertainment value, but something can also be that which can affect you and your livelihood in a different way. And of course, there's the political narrative. So there are different kinds and different ways that it can impact you. So that needs to be recognized and that needs to be addressed. So one of the things is, are we teaching our children media literacy, critical thinking in colleges and schools? Shouldn't it be part of them, because they are growing up in this technology driven world? We have seen a world without the technology. Your mother has seen a world where she may not have even had a landline, right? My parents have had a situation where they never had a landline. So they can still have that questioning capability because they distrust the technology itself. They're not comfortable with the technology. Children who are growing up in today's day and age are growing up with the technology. It is their second nature. They will not question it unless and until they are told to question it. They may live in a make-believe world. If we were talking about AR, VR, etc. Gaming, I mean, there are a whole lot of research and all of that is happening of what impact gaming can have on children or social media, etc. So AI will be another added tool or added avenue for them, right? So what are we doing about incorporating, changing our curriculum, educating right from school to colleges to every walk of life, telling people about, start questioning what you're getting online, or how do you distinguish uh, what is true, what is not, right from the very onset. We are not doing that, right? It's not just about regulation. It needs a 360-degree approach where, because every aspect of your life is getting touched and impacted, you will have to address it in that sense, a 360 sort of plan. Right now, I don't think our schools and colleges are equipped also. Our teachers may not be equipped to handle it. So what are we doing about upskilling all of that? We need to think on those scale at a much larger scale and very, very quickly.
Answer that I got from this Gen Z audience. Usually we are, when we got these platforms, we are not try to question or understand it in first place, but we got overwhelmed. Oh, we got another thing to do that. We got another thing to do that, right? We'll discuss that. Your take on this, Dr. M.
Okay, I would like to also add up to Ms. Sonia's point of view with regards to the what you call it, media literacy. Okay, I've been working on media literacy ever since 2014. So it's already more than 10 years ago. I work closely with European Union via Erasmus Plus grant with a few universities. Okay, one of the main issue will be, okay, where to start? Because we have to change the whole ecosystem of our society. For example, like from the school children to even to the youngest. Currently nowadays, even the small children, for example, 4 years old, would have an access. They know how to use handphones. Okay, and then from that part, how can we change the curriculum, which is currently available in the school? It requires a lot and a lengthy process of getting the approval endorsement from various agencies, from various bodies, from even you have to do some lobbying part, going to this, what they call it, political members, politicians, just to make sure that this thing can work. Well, I would say that digital literacy is still at very, very infancy. If we translate it to human age, I would say we are only just starting with 3 months of age. We haven't talked about changing the whole society. Just to add one subject or even one topic in our secondary, primary, and even university courses. I believe that most of the users, including, I'm not so sure about our meeting, but that's what happened. Yeah, it's very hard to get it approved, send it to Senate members for an approval. Yeah. let's talk about that. We don't go and dwell with public at large. We don't go and dwell. Of course, we also need an assistance from media people that who can actually always promoting. Oh, this is good. We must have a digital literacy among people. Yeah. Of course, being a Malaysian with only 35 millions of people, we are also having hard time. Can we imagine the same model to be replicated in India and also the whole Asia to be in general? Let's just think about it.
Also, just one more thing. I mean, we talk about public good, right? One of the keynote speakers, Professor Verma, mentioned about journalism being a public good, education, health. I mean, definition of public good. But right now, we are seeing that the technology is being held by few profiteering technology companies. It's not in their interest to look at public good. They're looking at profits. So again, there is a problem there as well, right? The power is in the hands of very few big tech companies who are controlling the entire system right now. So it is a little worrying about how this will progress going forward.
During the Constituent Assembly debates and when we were in the process of finalization of the Constitution, and after that, when we, got our Constitution, it was enacted and everything happened. So once, while I think Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, our first Prime Minister, he was dealing with a question regarding the freedom of media. And he has given a statement that if there is no responsibility attached to the media, this freedom will wither away. So I just want to end here because we have a limited time and you have to go. So I'll just want to open the floor for the questions from the audience. If you do have, we can take 2 or 3 questions quickly. Anyone from the audience, if you have any questions, please. Someone can just please pass on the mic.
Hi, ma'am. This is Ritika Bhakchandani, and I've been in the field for last 4 years of journalism. So you just mentioned about how AI has been like playing a role to help humans work, do their work more speed and with a more accuracy and all. I've seen the time when we used to write a content for a website where we used to do a research for 3 to 4 hours and then had to give an output of 250 to 300 word article. And currently, ma'am, the paradigm shift that has been done in all the media organizations, it has been said that we have to write 6 to 8 contents per day. How is this possible if we are not allowed to, if we are not allowed to accept the AI in the field of journalism, but also it is said that the literacy, that the media literacy that should be done. So my question is that if we should literate ourselves to distinguish between the accuracy and the AI generated facts, at what level it is acceptable for the audience who does not know any ifs and buts of the particular crisis. For example, I would like to share the recent incident of Nagpur riots that has been happened in 2025 on March of 17th. Ma'am, वहाँ ऐसा हुआ था कि we were on the ground, we know what has happened, but we were also allowed not to spread this misinformation. And now when it comes to the AI, it has been generated like people are generating images which can create communal rights. So at what level is AI acceptable and AI helpful in the field of journalism when we talk about impartial and truthful reporting?
So there are a couple of things. It depends on if you know where the AI is being deployed in most newsrooms. It is to facilitate things like translation, transcription. I used to spend a lot of time transcribing interviews, right? Now I don't need to spend that time. That is improving my efficiency because then I can spend that time to do more research, to do more data analysis, right? Rather than do the legwork of actually sitting and spooling through and maybe giving it to a translator or whatever. So that is a good use. There are a lot of automated content that a lot of the organizations are looking at are things that can be templated. I know stock market reporting, if the stock market is going up or down, those are fixed data points that can be templated, or even earthquake reports or cricket scores, right? That doesn't need analysis or creative inputs from a human mind. Those are templated things that can be automated. Even there, as a journalistic ethic to be followed,
You're not audible.
You are not audible. You want to listen the question and answer section also.
When we can adapt to the changes and how fast we can adapt to the changes. Okay. Looking from theoretical point of view, if you look at technology acceptance model, UTAU model, number one, unified theory of acceptance and uses of technology. UTAU model number two as well, they would have different explanation that including how we perceive the usefulness of technology in our daily life. I'm sure you can find that a lot in any journals that discuss about UTAU model. Okay, so again, the level or the acceptance of certain technology also varies depending on how we define the technology how we use the technology, whether we are accepting as because of it's free, or is it because of it's readily available, it's very helpful to us, costs us some money. For example, in Malaysia, we have 3 types of economic group of people. We call it B40, bottom 40, and then middle 40, and T20, top 20. Yeah. And of course, we talk about economic disparity as well. We talk about society disparity as well. We talk about gender disparity as well, gender inequality. So everyone would have a different perspective and different level of acceptance. And of course, being AI, one of the main issue will be, yeah, we can say that, yeah, this is always a challenge, because when they start to introduce AI, there's always a lot of issues pertaining to the use of that technology. Of course, it will take longer time. The longer time we spend AI, then the more we know about the AI, the bad things, the negative sides, the positive side, and how we should balance with that, how we should educate ourselves, and how we can actually transfer the same literacy, the ethical values to other people as well.
I don't think any technology adoption was easy. I'm not sure, when say radio was coming, or I mean, every technology was kind of projected as a threat to the previous one. When TV was happening, they thought print will die. When digital was happening, they thought print will die and TV died. Everything is still around. So I don't think it has been easy for technology adoption, but I think now the cycle of innovation has shortened. So we are being hit by a new innovation even before we have kind of grappled and solved and understood the pros and cons of the previous one. So the speed has increased, and which is why I think we are not being able to keep pace with, say, the regulations, or keep pace with the literacy, media literacy, or whatever. By the time we finish something else may have come too quickly for us to cope with. Probably that's why. But like I said, I'm not somebody who's negative on the technology part. I firmly believe AI has a lot of potential to do a lot of good for society. But right now, because of the pace at which it is being rolled out, and the fact that only few people control the rollout of this technology, I think that's why the worry that this will pan out the way social media did, which we have still not been able to regulate, and it might cause damage before we can tame it.
So thank you guys, and thank you our esteemed panelists, Dr. M. Sonia, who has taken pain to travel to MET for this panel discussion.
Not at all.
It was, we have had some time constraint due to that the first session got late, that due to heavy traffic jam. But in that session, we tried to explore the part of the conference which is essential. That's why we kept it as an opening plenary, because in this era we are dealing with such an challenges actually. And as Sonia mentioned, and personally I support that the technology is there to help us, and we have to adapt the technology, but we have to use our brain with the brain. Don't use the technology without a brain. We can take that message out of this session in a nutshell, I guess. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for sparing your time and enlightening us. And now I hand over the charge to the MC, Ms. Sanobar.
As we come to the conclusion of this session, we express our gratitude for our esteemed panelists for their invaluable insights and thought-provoking perspective. Your expertise and knowledge have given us a deeper understanding. A big thank you to our wonderful audience for your keen participation. Your presence and engagement have made this discussion more enriching. With that, I now invite Professor Dr. Isha Jainidhi to please felicitate our guests.
Yes, you can.
Hello, thank you so much. We are breaking for the lunch. Initially, we kept it for 1 hour, but due to seeing the time schedule, we'll have our lunch within half an hour and we'll join back for the second session. Our guests are here already. Please join us for a lunch. Thank you so much.
Ankit, Ankit से पूछो. Ankit was preparing ना.
I'll see to it. उनको बुलाओ।
ठीक है, वो आगे हैं।
आगे इसको वापस रखो। हैं? हाँ, तीनों को बुलाऊंगी ना, सुरप्रिया,
अच्छा, वो पूजा दादा मैम बुला लेंगे ना उनको तो।
तुम बुलाओगी?
अरे सर कैसे, मैं तो लाइक मेरे को तो
उन्होंने दी।
हाँ मतलब मैंने बोला है, पूछा है
ठीक ठीक।
तो फिर लाइक मैम ही बुला देंगे।
दूसरा किसका डालना है सर? दूसरा किसका डालना है
सर? अभी बता दो।
ये रखे रहने दो।
नहीं नहीं, सेशन शुरू कराने गई हूँ। बी ब्लॉक बोर्ड रूम।
जस्ट इसके बाद ही बोल रही हूँ।
इनका तुम्हारे पास प्रोफाइल है?
इतना है इनके सब डेफिनेशन होता है।
अपनी तो भी कर सकती है, उसको एक्नॉलेज से यस करना। हाँ शुरू एक होता है। एक लिया जाके। हाँ ये अब क्यों बात कर रही सारी किसी अगर उन्हें दिखा दी एक जैसे नीड्स सो क्लास
एक बार अपनी कर लीजिए।
I request you all to come on. Yeah, have a seat. Maybe not.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are still feeling fresh after having lunch. I, Tamanna Hudda, a PhD scholar at MET School of Communication. It is with great pleasure and immense honor that I welcome you all to this prestigious international conference at MET University, Haryana. Today, we are privileged to have distinguished individuals with us who are foremost in the field of media and mass communication. Professor Dr. Subidhaiya, the head of the media studies at the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi. Dr. Sarvpriya Sangwan, the head of videos at BBC. Professor Dr. Umesh Arya, a professor from the media studies at Guru Jamveshwar University. Their presence adds immense value to our discussions. Moderating our session today is none other than Dr. Pooja Rana, professor at Amity University, Haryana, and head of PhD program, whose expertise and knowledge will guide us through today's insightful discussion and interactive session. Thank you once again. A warm welcome to each one of you. Thank you for being here. Now, I would like to request Professor Narula to welcome our guests. On the desk.
वो खींच रहे हैं फोटो हम आपको दे देंगे। एक इधर रख दो, एक उधर रख दो, तो अच्छा लुक भी अच्छा आएगा। और रखे ना तो
Good afternoon. So it's the post-lunch session, and please, just in case anyone is sleepy, I can assure you after this discussion, or rather during this discussion, all your sleep would go away because we have two very wonderful speakers for this session. I would say woman power is there on the dais today, and I feel so happy to welcome my very dear friend, Professor Dr. Surbi Daya, who is heading the Department of Management Studies in none other than Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi. My association with Dr. Surbi has been so long, and it gives me immense pleasure to share the dais with her today. So welcome, Surbi, to our campus. So she's invited me to IIMC for so many times, but I guess you are here for the first time, and it's indeed a memorable day for all of us today. So also with Dr. Surbi, we have another lady representing the woman power here, none other than Dr. Sarvpriya Sangwan. She's heading Videos India in BBC. And I'm sure, Dr. Sarvpriya, your experience, your expertise, and you have been in the industry for so long and working with none other than BBC, you would bring a lot of content for us to deliberate upon. So another very beautiful thing today is the panel that we have, not just the woman power, but also one representing the ACE academic organization, IIMC, and the other one coming from the media industry and representing nothing other than BBC, something that I still remember as children also, and even till date, whenever there would be some issue related to credibility, or we would want to cross-check and verify information. So I still remember my dad would say, why don't you check up on BBC? What does BBC say about this? So welcome to both the wonderful ladies. The tone for this conference has already been set in the inaugural session today, where the Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, and the other dignitaries talked about how innovation, how artificial intelligence, and how so many new technological advancements have brought out so many wonderful and dynamic changes in all the industries. All the sectors have been to a great extent transformed by the onset of technological advancements. And of course, media as an industry has not remained untouched. Now, of course, AI, particularly in the form of data-driven journalism, has completely transformed the way media industry used to work. Now the newspaper, or rather the media newsroom, looks very different from how it used to work earlier. Dr. Sarvpriya, would you want to talk about how this technological advancements, rather use of AI, have brought about changes in the working and functioning of newsroom?
Okay. हाँ. So the thing is, पहली बात तो ये है कि जो भी हमारा आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस न्यूज़ रूम में जो आ गया है, उसका एक फायदा तो ये है ही कि आपका काम जो आप 1 घंटे या 2 घंटे में कर रख सकते थे, वो आप थोड़े कम समय में कर सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, there was an interview of Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, which was happened in BBC, and it's a very long interview, 23-minute long interview. Then I wanted to transcribe it, but I didn't have to transcribe it. I just asked a tool to transcribe it, and it gave me the exact transcription of that whole interview. So my work became like, बिल्कुल हाफ हो गया उस पे काम. ये बहुत अच्छी चीज है. लेकिन फिर भी मैं AI को लेकर इन न्यूज रूम आई एम नॉट वेरी पॉजिटिव अबाउट इट, एंड स्पेशली इन द यंग पीपल. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ये हमारा जो ब्रेन है, इसके 2 काम है, राइट? लर्निंग एंड अप्लाइंग एक्शन. मैं लर्न करती हूँ बोलना, मैं लर्न करती हूँ लिखना, मैं लर्न करती हूँ हाथ बढ़ाना, हर चीज लर्न करती हूँ, एंड आई अप्लाई एक्शन. इफ आई वांट टू होल्ड दिस बॉटल, आई विल होल्ड इट. अगर AI ही वो काम कर दे रहा है जो आप बिना लर्न किए, मतलब आप लर्न नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप सिर्फ AI को बोलते हैं ये करने के लिए, तो आप कभी लर्न नहीं करेंगे. मुझे लगता था कि मेरी ये भाषा बहुत अच्छी नहीं है, मैं लर्न करने की कोशिश करती थी ना, ज्यादा पढ़ रही थी, ज्यादा उसको अपनी बातों में बोल रही थी. अब मुझे लगता है कि मेरा वो काम चैट GPT कर देता बहुत आराम से. मुझे बस उसमें अपनी टूटी फूटी भाषा लिखनी है चैट GPT में, वो एक बहुत ही सुंदर सा एक उसको बहुत ही बेटर बना के दे देता है. दैट मीन्स आई विल डोंट हैव टू लर्न द लैंग्वेज एनीमोर. बट इज इट अ गुड थिंग? आई डोंट नो. 2 दिन पहले ही मैं एक कॉलेज में थी, तो वहां पर भी यही एक सवाल आया था, और एक एम्बेसडर थे, उन्होंने एक सवाल पूछा था, इंडिया के एम्बेसडर ने, कि व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट चैट GPT, बिकॉज मैंने तो अपनी जो प्रेजेंटेशन बनाई है वो चैट GPT से बनाई है. ओके, मैंने कहा बट सी, you are like 50 plus man, you have your experiences, you have learned a lot, you have seen the world, and now it can help you. I mean, it's a tool for you, है ना? क्या वो आपको जल्दी जल्दी काम आपका हो सकता है, बट ये होता है जब आप एक लंबा जीवन जी चुके हैं और सीख चुके हैं. तो वो, लेकिन आज जो 17 साल का बच्चा जो यहाँ पर बैठा है, अगर वो अपनी प्रेजेंटेशंस बिना रिसर्च किए ही बनाने लगेगा, when he will learn or she will learn. तो मुझे वो यंग लोग में वही चीज न्यूज रूम में है, जो हमारे यंग लोग जो आ रहे हैं न्यूज रूम्स में, तो वो सिर्फ न्यूज, मतलब जर्नलिज्म सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि जर्नलिज्म आपने एक डिग्री ले ली और आप जर्नलिस्ट बन गए. जर्नलिज्म ऑल्सो है प्रैक्टिस, just like law or you are a doctor. It's a practice. You work, you learn every day. You look, मतलब आप हर तरह के एडिटोरियल डिलेमा से गुजरते हैं रोज, आप धीरे धीरे हर चीज के साथ आप लर्न करते हैं. तो जब वो आ रहे हैं न्यूज रूम में, तो वो भी लर्निंग के लिए भी आ रहे हैं, और आप लर्न नहीं कर रहे हो, और आप सीधा, आपको मैंने कहा कि आप ये रिसर्च करके दो मुझे, क्योंकि मैंने अपना जर्नलिज्म रिसर्च से स्टार्ट किया था, और मुझे आज लगता है कि मेरी नींव इसलिए ही मजबूत है क्योंकि मैं एक रिसर्चर थी, इसलिए मैं एक अच्छी जर्नलिस्ट बन पाई हूँ, अभी भी कोशिश कर रही हूँ. तो वो, लेकिन अगर वो उस वक्त मेरे पास एक चैट GPT या कुछ ऐसे होता और मुझे कहा गया होता कि ये रिसर्च कर दो, उसने मुझे सब चीजें इधर से उधर से उठा के कुछ दे दिया, और आई कुड हैव गिवन इट टू माय एडिटर एंड कि ये हो गया, ये चीज है, तो मेरा लर्निंग तो कभी नहीं होता. सेकेंडली, artificial intelligence is working, I mean taking cues from all over the internet. For example, grok आ गया है, राइट? ग्रॉक ने अभी 10 ट्रॉलर लोगों ने आपके बारे में क्या लिखा हुआ है, वो उसमें से उससे क्यू लेकर, और वो आपका एक प्रोफाइल बना देगा कि सुरभि जी ये है. तो आई डोंट, मतलब क्रेडिबिलिटी, एज आई हैव वर्कड इन NDTV and BBC, and credibility, accuracy were the keys, still the keys for us for the good journalism. तो वो कैसे AI या कैसे इंश्योर करेगा वो एक्यूरेट इंफॉर्मेशन, आई स्टिल हैव डाउट. सो यस, न्यूज रूम में अभी जो हम BBC में जो हम यूज करते हैं, हमारे एक गाइडलाइंस हैं AI को यूज करने के लिए, रिस्ट्रिक्शंस भी हैं, तो हमने वो ऑलरेडी इंश्योर किया है. लेकिन मैं नहीं मतलब मुझे बड़ा मालूम नहीं है कि बाकी न्यूज रूम्स उसको किस तरह से रेगुलेट कर पा रहे हैं. तो these are my 2 cents on this.
So, Sarpriya, you have raised a very pertinent point. And what comes across is it's like AI has, there's a flip side to AI as well. But then, Dr. Surpi, we are actually the one who are preparing these young students to join the media industry. Do you also feel that AI in some ways hampering or limiting the learning of these young students?
So I feel that AI is an assistant, not a replacement. Because when you are using AI, you cannot be totally dependent on AI. You know, I've seen the reporters of the Hindu, they use AI in the editing or, the process, the gathering process. But the oversight of the reporters, the human side of it, looking at the accuracy, the opinion, whatever it is written is very important. So you cannot replace reporters with AI. You can, take assistance from AI, because AI, it has transformed how news is produced, from, automated news writing to audience analytics. So all Indian media houses, whether it's the Times Group or the Hindustan Times or the Indian Express, they are using AI for content recommendation, for automated reporting, for, audience analytics, as I told you. And data-driven journalism is on the rise. Whichever, especially if you see the digital media portals, the
a big issue for us. It's a big deal. So those restrictions are in that matter, but not obviously. For example, some people use Google translation tool for translating some article, but it's still not so accurate, and that is not allowed that you use Google translation as your tool. That is also one AI only. So these things we put in place, I mean, restrictions, but uh, secondly, but back to your question ki how we can manage this. For example, awareness maybe कि यूथ उसको कितना यूज कर सकता है, नहीं करना चाहिए. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अब हमको जब पता चला है कि एक टर्म है ब्रेन रॉट, क्योंकि आप रील्स देख देख के आपको जो ब्रेन रॉट हो रहा है, तो अब जब से हमको पता चला है तब से हम थोड़ा सा उसको लेके कॉशियस तो हुए हैं कि वरना सुबह उठते ही आप सीधा इंस्टाग्राम रील्स आधा घंटा 1 घंटा आप उसमें लगाते उठने के लिए उसके बाद सारा दिन लगे रहते. तो अब शायद जब आपको पता चल रहा है कि ये आपको प्रॉब्लम दे रहा है, रिटेन नहीं कर पा रहे हो आप चीज़ें, जो मैंने कल किया मैं शायद आज मुझे उसको रिटेन करने में, उसके बारे में सोचने में मुझे बड़ा दिक्कत होती है. मुझे याद नहीं रहती है चीज़ें. मैं खुद ही अपना 1 साल पहले किया हुआ एक वीडियो देख रही थी, उसमें मैंने बड़ा रिसर्च करके बहुत अच्छा कुछ वीडियो बनाया था, और उसको देख रही हूँ, मुझे लगा इट्स टोटली न्यू फॉर मी, क्योंकि मुझे खुद वो रिटेन नहीं रह पाता है, क्योंकि आपके ऊपर जो बॉम्बार्डमेंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन है बिकॉज ऑफ इंटरनेट, तो वो आप इंफॉर्मेशन तो आपके पास सब कुछ है, पर हाउ मच यू आर रिटेनिंग आउट ऑफ इट, हाउ मच यू आर प्रोसेसिंग, एंड दैट इज ऑल्सो अ प्रॉब्लम विच टीचर्स आर फेसिंग. आप बता, मतलब क्योंकि आप हर इंसान सोचता है कि क्लास में लोग बैठते नहीं है, सोचते हम यूट्यूब पे लेसन देख लेंगे, हम बाद में पढ़ लेंगे, थोड़ा थोड़ा वो कर लेंगे, लेकिन जब तक आप कोई इंफॉर्मेशन ग्रास्प करते हो और उसको प्रोसेस नहीं करते हो, उस पर सोचते नहीं हो, वो आपको याद ही नहीं रह सकती है. हम अपने स्कूल और कॉलेज में जैसे पढ़े थे, मुझे आज तक वो कई सारी इंफॉर्मेशन आज तक याद है, क्योंकि उस टाइम मेरे पास बॉम्बार्डमेंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं था. आई कुड रिमेम्बर दोज थिंग्स, और वो एग्जाम्पल्स तक आज तक याद है. लेकिन अब मैंने जो पिछले 4 साल में जो काम किया, मुझे खुद अपना काम याद नहीं रहता है. तो ये भी एक अवेयरनेस की चीज़ है, लोगों को समझ आना चाहिए कि आप इसका क्या कॉन्सिक्वेंस होने वाले हैं आपके लिए आगे लाइफ में, कि आप जो आज जो लाइफ इतनी अच्छी जी रहे हैं, जो आप चीज़ पढ़ रहे हैं, याद कर रहे हैं, शायद उसका एप्लीकेशन कब कर पाएंगे जब आपको कुछ याद ही नहीं है ना. और इवन जो विचार भी आपके डेवलप होते हैं, वो तभी आपके विचार डेवलप होते हैं जब आप एक्चुअली बैठ के आप आधा घंटा आपने कोई किताब पढ़ी, आप उसमें रहते हैं एक दिन, आप सोचते हैं उसके बारे में, अच्छा इसमें मुझे क्या अच्छा लगा, क्या चीज़ें हैं क्या नहीं है, देन यू रिमेम्बर अबाउट दैट. फिर पढ़ने का फायदा क्या जब आपको याद ही नहीं है, यू नो. तो ये मुझे लगता है कि अवेयरनेस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यंग पीपल. मतलब मैं अपनी तरफ से जो जो सुन रहे हैं कि इसको हमेशा ध्यान में रखिए कि ये AI आपको असिस्ट कर रहा है. मैम सुरभि मैम हैज सेड द राइट थिंग कि इट इज फॉर द असिस्टेंस, इट इज नॉट योर, मतलब ये आपका काम करके नहीं देना चाहिए उसको, वो आप असिस्ट कर लीजिए. जैसे मैंने बताया कि आप ट्रांसक्राइब कर लिया आपने, आपका टाइम बच गया उसके अंदर, आपने कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन ले ली, लेकिन asking Grok about a complete information about certain issue, I find it very problematic. मान लो problematic है और वो गलत information है, where would I go? कौन से कोर्ट में मैं जाऊं उसको लेकर, और किस लॉ के तहत जाऊं, है ना. तो मुझे मालूम नहीं, ये इसलिए ये इश्यू है, और लोग एकदम लग गए हैं उसको करने के लिए फटाक, हर कोई ग्रॉक 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 कर रहा है. पढ़े लिखे लोग, बड़े बड़े लोग भी ग्रॉक ग्रॉक के बताओ, ग्रॉक के बताओ, ये नेता कैसा है, ये आदमी कैसा है. पर अगर वो गलत इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको दे रहा है एंड इज टेकिंग क्यूज फ्रॉम ऑल ओवर द इंटरनेट, यू डोंट नो इफ इट इज करेक्ट और नॉट. ये अगर एज अ रिसर्चर हमारा काम थोड़ा सा कमजोर नहीं, थोड़ा सा कम तब भी हो गया था जब हम इंटरनेट से रिसर्च कर रहे थे. मतलब पहले तो लोग लाइब्रेरीज में जाते थे, बहुत सारी किताबें खंगालते थे, बहुत सारे अखबार वो करते थे, लेकिन उससे तो आसान हमारा काम इसने कर दिया. लेकिन स्टिल अगर मैं रिसर्च कर रही हूँ तो मैं 10 अलग अलग पब्लिकेशन से उस इंफॉर्मेशन को देख रही हूँ, और फिर मैं अपना एक बना रही हूँ कि हाँ 10 की 10 जगह पे ये बात यही लिखी है, यही फैक्ट है, और तब आप उसको जाके आगे किसी को बता रहे हैं. लेकिन इसमें ये नहीं है, इसमें आप टोटली जो भी उसको मिक्स करके मिला है उसने वो कर दिया. तो मुझे वो बार बार वही इशू है कि अवेयरनेस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, कि जो आप अपनी क्लास में भी दें कि ये आप कर तो रहे हो, लेकिन इसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेज क्या हैं. तो दैट इज फर्स्ट स्टेप towards it. Second, the government has to make some regulations. Government has to tell us where you would go with the wrong information. If you find some wrong information, today some people are very happy because they are getting the information which they want to know, not which they want to listen, which they want to hear, which they want to see. So they are very happy. Oh good, उस नेता के बारे में बड़ा गलत बोला, अच्छा है बहुत अच्छा है. But you never know कि कब उसका stance change हो जाएगा. After all, मतलब जिस दिन इलॉन मस्क का दिमाग फिर गया तो उस दिन वो भी फिर जाएगा. तो यू नेवर नो. तो इन चीजों पे हम उस तरह से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे इतना डिपेंड ना हो के अपनी इंटेलिजेंस पे ज्यादा ध्यान दें कि हम इंटेलिजेंट कैसे हों. तो ये मुझे ऐसा इसमें लगता है.
Small example, when we were growing up, I still remember my landline phone number, the first landline phone number. But today, if you'll ask me to give you 5 mobile numbers, perhaps I'll be just able to give you 2. That's it. So as you very rightly said, that we have stopped using our brain, and we are just depending on technology. And we, especially the academicians, we are dealing with the young minds, and at times it can be very challenging for us. I really liked what Dr. Survi also talked about in terms of the assignments and everything. Now,
Yeah, in fact,
I'm going to use it. Thank you.
In fact, I was listening to Sarvpriya's point that how, I think you asked about the newsrooms and AI.
Yes. How do they regulate the use?
How should they regulate is like, I feel that they should label the AI content. Media, whatever is being published, it should label the AI content. And, AI, as I said, it should augment journalists. Yeah. 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 Yeah, so AI, it should augment journalists. And as I just gave you Hindu's example, they have a strict policy of, human oversight over the AI generated content. And I also feel that there should be an audit of AI models to detect and correct biases also, where we should, learn that what is wrong, what is right, and ensure, whenever the article is written, you have to ensure that somebody is reading it and cross-checking it, fact-checking it, rechecking the facts. And I think there should be, government should come out with a strong regulation where we should also, there should be penalties for AI-driven misinformation also. As you know, we have in European Union and AI Act and US policies on AI transparency, there are such acts. So we should have them in India also. I think we should strengthen the media literacy. Audience need to be, trained to recognize the AI content and, what is AI generating. So we should be media literate. That is also very important. And of course, we should strengthen the legal safeguards in AI in journalism, because India, it currently lacks a comprehensive AI regulation. Simultaneously, we should develop the fact-checking mechanisms. We do have fact-checking mechanisms, but for example, PIB fact-checking is there. But there are other, organizations also, like the Quint has WebGoof. There are Alt News is doing it. But then the agenda behind those fact checkers is also a big $1 million question. Who is doing the fact check? So, I will not go into the political this thing, but then who is checking it? Whether it is right according to one organization, wrong according to one organization, so that we should be media literate to at least know how to analyze the fact checking as well. So public awareness and media literacy is very important. And, Google News Initiative is also doing this. Facebook is also doing this. They are training the journalists and, bringing in the ethics, AI ethics and misinformation detection, how to combat misinformation, disinformation. and things like that. And new CMS, the content management systems are being developed in Indian media. Many organizations, if you see, they are bringing in new CMS for their use. I remember of Alfred. In India, Alfred is being used so much that in newsrooms they are trying to generate, automate news through this software called Alfred. So that's wonderful. It is assisting the journalists, but at the same time, we have to see, see, news is always considered without views, right? So it's not opinionated piece of writing is not news. But sometimes when it is generated by AI, it might give you some opinion because it collects from so many places. So we have to, as journalism students, we have to know what all content management systems are being developed in India and how they are being used and utilized in various newsrooms in India.
I guess the points that you spoke about, especially about media literacy and regulation, they will take some time to come in place, and a lot is at stake. And where we as academicians and we as media professionals who are actually honing the young minds who are just out of the university or professional courses and joining the industry, perhaps, if we all work together in tandem, we'll be able to make that little change, because it's a change of the mindset as well.
Yeah, and I would also like to add here that there are some legal frameworks to, which we can look up to. For example, the Indian Penal Code section 469, I had written this 469, 500 and section 505. They criminalize fake news, defamation, and AI manipulated content also. So you have this in Indian Penal Code. When we say there's no regulation, that is also wrong, because we do have this in IPC, and there are sections 469, 500, and 505. And apart from this, as you know, there's a Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. Then there's it regulates personal data collection and storage and consent for the AI-based news systems as well. Then there's in this IT Act is there 2000, which was amended in 2008. So that also, covers cybercrime and fake news and AI-generated content also. And last, if you see the Ministry of INB website, you have this intermediary guidelines and digital media ethics code 2021 that also regulates social media platforms and news websites to regulate the AI driven misinformation. And last is this Election Commission guidelines on AI content, which came last year in 2024. They also suggest the mandatory labeling of AI generated content, political content specifically. So there are some rules which we are unaware of, but yes, to a larger extent, we need a comprehensive regulatory policy that is more important.
And about that.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, please.
फॉर एग्जाम्पल एक मेरे पास ये है कि ये देखिए दिस AI जनरेटेड पिक्चर्स हैं, ये दो एक्टर्स की, जो दो एक्टर्स कभी आपस में मिले नहीं, उन्होंने खिंचवाया नहीं है, नीचे उन्होंने डिस्क्लेमर लिखा है दिस इज AI जनरेटेड इमेज, पर इन इमेजेस के साथ उन्होंने कुछ भी इंफॉर्मेशन लिख दिया है उल्टा सीधा, और वो बहुत ही डेफेमेटरी है. अब मुझे इसको देख के सबसे पहले तो ये ख्याल आया कि किसी गांव में, मतलब आप कोई गांव में किसी छोटे शहर में कोई किसी लड़की को कैसे भी ब्लैकमेल कर सकता है, उसकी फोटो ऐसे बना के AI जनरेटेड इमेज बना के, और
And that's exactly what's happening.
हाँ, तो वो होगा. और यस, दिस इज द डार्क साइड ऑफ AI. अब मैंने सोचा कि, और ये रोज इस तरह का एक पेज, जो मैं इसको फॉलो नहीं करती हूँ, रोज अपने आप मेरी टाइमलाइन में आ रहा है किसी के बारे में फोटोज इस तरह के जनरेट करके, और घटिया अश्लील से फोटोज और उसके बारे में कुछ भी इंफॉर्मेशन. आई ट्राई टू रिपोर्ट इट. रिपोर्ट करना चाहा, उस रिपोर्ट में जो रिपोर्ट करता है फेसबुक पे जाके, उसमें कोई है ही नहीं, ऑप्शन ही नहीं है कि मैं उसको रिपोर्ट कर सकूं, उस तरह का कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं था. तो यहाँ पर जब हम कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव उसकी पॉलिसी की बात करें तो ये आना चाहिए उसके अंदर कि जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स हमको इमीडिएट एक रेमेडी प्रोवाइड करे। क्यों? क्योंकि हमारे पास लीगल एक सब ये तो है, हमारे पास कानून है, प्रोसेस कुछ नहीं है। बिकॉज आई हैव बिन थ्रू दिस कि इस तरह के मैंने खुद किसी केस में एफआईआर किया था, और मैं एज ए जर्नलिस्ट होते हुए भी मुझे कितने चप्पल घिसनी पड़ी हैं उसके लिए, ये सब कानूनी लगाने में, वो लोगों के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में। उनको इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना भी नहीं आता हमारी पुलिस को। साइबर क्राइम तो छोड़ ही दीजिए, वो बड़ी मुश्किल से फेसबुक और ट्विटर थोड़ा सा सीखे हैं। उसके अलावा और जो दर्जनों सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं और जिनके अलग अलग एड्रेसेस किसी किसी और देश में हैं, उसके बारे में उनको पता भी नहीं, वो सुन पहली बार रहे हैं, और वहां पर ऑलरेडी मिसयूज हो रहा है। हाँ, और वो उनको मालूम भी नहीं है। जब उनको आपने एफआईआर में बताया कि ये इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे ऐसा सा कुछ किया गया है, ये उन्होंने सुना ही नहीं था जीवन में कभी भी। तो
Like
हाउ वुड
incognito करके आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, but
Yes.
then I mean implementation of these laws is equally important. Firstly, creating that kind of awareness, that media literacy, like you're talking about, it's mentioned, disclaimer is mentioned. Likewise, if we look at the newspapers, advertorial content is there, but वो कहीं बहुत उन्होंने ना fine print में लिखा होता है कि this is advertorial. Like we may know, being a part of media academia or the industry, but for a commoner where we have divergent viewership of the content that's being generated, that's
Yes.
not a very easy task.
So what those women will do in those small towns and in those villages, they will get blackmailed, of course.
Absolutely.
अब अब तो उनके लिए क्या रेमेडी? तो इसलिए सबसे पहले तो हमको एक इमीडिएट रेमेडी चाहिए। जो लड़कियां यहाँ बैठी हैं, जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनको पता होना चाहिए। मान लीजिए ये प्लेटफॉर्म पे हमने कुछ गलत देखा, हम इसको तुरंत रिपोर्ट कर सके कि ये गलत है, ये सब मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, ये आपने गलत। लेकिन ऐसा है ही नहीं उसमें रिपोर्ट। तो ये एक बड़ा इश्यू था, तो ये मैं ऐड करना चाहती थी इसमें।
So in our Center for Detection of Fake News and Disinformation, we did that training with the Gwalior police. We did that with the Gwalior for TV, and we showed them at least how to catch a fake news. Because at that first time there were riots in Gwalior, some misinformation. Both the sides were good, staying together for many years together, but because of some misinformation, it happened. So we had our center for that. Now we are also thinking we went to the
In the previous session also this was raised कि हम लोग फिर भी थोड़ा डाउट से देखते टेक्नोलॉजी को, लेकिन जो ये जनरेशन है जो टेक्नोलॉजी में ही उनके हाथ में सीधा 1 साल के होते फोन है उनके हाथ में, वो टेक्नोलॉजी पे उस तरह से डाउट भी नहीं करते। उनको लग रहा है जो इस पे है वही सही है। Exactly. हम खुश भी हो रहे हैं, और जैसे सुरभि जी ने भी बोला ये वाली बात कि हमारे यहाँ से कौन सा आया है अभी तक कोई भी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। सब हमको चाइना का यूज कर रहे हैं, अब यूएस का यूज कर रहे हैं। हम कहाँ इनोवेट कर रहे हैं? या तो करिए इनोवेट, फिर अपने रेगुलेशंस लगाए उस पर, हम अपने उस तरह से यूज करें। वो तो मेक इन इंडिया हो ही नहीं पा रहा है अभी तक। हाँ देखिए, एग्जैक्टली, यस। हाँ, वो सीरीज से जो पूछा था कि इसराइल क्या है और फलस्तीन क्या है, उसने बहुत डिफरेंट आंसर्स दिए। एग्जैक्टली, तो वो आप सही कह रहे हो कि जिस देश का है वो उस देश के हिसाब से वो फेड है।
So I guess it's very important. What emerges from this discussion is it's very important to handle technology and AI with care, keeping in mind the ethical concerns that go hand in hand. As Dr. Surbi, you also mentioned, like it should serve us. Innovation or all these technologies must serve us, and we shouldn't be serving them. So likewise, Dr. Sarvpriya also spoke about the unethical dilemma that exists, and rather the illiteracy when it comes to the kind of content we are exposed to that's there in a developing country like India. So one last remark from both of you before we conclude, and perhaps we can take up the questions.
So I was just telling you about this new CMS systems that are being tailored in the news organizations. I just told you about Alfred. Alfred is gaining a lot of traction among the Indian and global news organizations also, because it's positioning itself as a next generation CMS, which is tailored to be evolving needs of the digital journalists, especially in India. And you can say that it's a sort of game changer, and it automates workflows, it streamlines the editorial processes, and it maintains the journalistic accuracy also. So like Alfred, there are various other content management systems which are evolving in the digital journalism paradigm. And you must have heard about WordPress VIP, that is there, Drupal is there, then you have this Arc Publishing is there, Bright Spot is there. So there are so many platforms that are emerging and evolving for a human mind, for assisting the human journalist. So I would say that storytelling, earlier we used to emphasize on storytelling, now we are emphasizing on storytelling with data, right? So data is very important. Data driven journalism is very important. What news organizations are following, sometimes it is questioned by the government also, because they are using government data to do those stories, and then also they are sometimes questioned. So what I am saying is that AI is very important, because you have been growing up learning AI. If you are not learning how to go to library as we used to go, but you are at least learning how to use AI, what are the different CMS systems. So because every information is readily available on a click of a button, so why would you memorize it? That's the question. But we used to memorize it to gain knowledge. You are the process is changing, the times are changing. So it's said that nothing is permanent, only change is permanent. So as new generations come, new technologies come, disruption is there, and the new generation will always learn the new thing. You might be very good at something which your older generation is not good at. You are very tech savvy, we might not be that tech savvy. You must be seeing your grandmothers cannot use those smartphones, or they are always struggling to how to put up, post a picture on Instagram or something like that. So times will always change, generations, new generations will always learn new things, but they are also learning something. If they're not learning, memorizing X, Y, or Z, they know how to use this and get things done easier. But do not let it master your mind. Do not let AI master your mind, then you will be finished. So you have to learn an extent to which to use it. You can take the assistance, but use it as your rough. You put in your special efforts, you put in your research, you put in your points, you see what opinion you have to make and write things accordingly. And of course, recheck the facts. There are no rules, as we've been discussing, of only a few rules are there or regulations are there. So you have to verify, you have to recheck, you have to cross check, you have to verify, you have to fact check every line, every single word, only because you are a journalist. The accountability is yours. Byline will be yours. You are accountable for what you have written. Nobody is going to accept that later when you say, oh, I did not write it, the AI wrote for me. So it is you who have to be credible enough, you who have to be accountable enough. Thank you.
यूज इट विद द क्वेश्चन क्वेश्चन, दैट्स इट. मैं ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि आप करिए यूज, लेकिन सावधानी से, और जितना अवेयर हो सके इसके बारे में उतना हो. डेटा जहाँ पे भी हम अपना दे रहे हैं उसके बारे में भी हमें बहुत ध्यान रखना चाहिए, कहाँ कहाँ हम अपना डेटा दे रहे हैं, कहाँ किन किन जगहों पे। और गवर्नमेंट भी उस डेटा को रेगुलेट करने के लिए क्या करे, क्योंकि सी हम टिकटॉक कितने टाइम यहाँ चलता रहा और उसके बाद बंद हुआ। क्यों इसलिए बंद हुआ? क्योंकि सारा का सारा डेटा कहीं और जा रहा है, चाइना में जा रहा है ना। तो ये उस, और तब तक हमें पता नहीं था कि क्या हो रहा है हमारे डेटा के साथ, जब तक वो बैन नहीं हुआ टिकटॉक। तो यही वो सब इश्यूज हैं जो मेरे ख्याल से इन चीजों के बारे में आप चैट जीपीटी से या ग्रॉक से ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन लेने की कोशिश कीजिए कि ये डेटा कहाँ जाता है, कैसे कैसे ये स्टोर होता है, कहाँ होता है, कौन इसको यूज कर सकता है। तो ये सब चीजें हमें सोचना चाहिए। और हाँ, मिसयूज तो ऑब्वियसली अब्यूज मिसयूज ये होगा उसका किसी भी चीज का, पर आप सोचिए कि उसका पॉजिटिव यूज भी कैसे हो। और दैट्स इट।
There is one question. It says that as researchers are using AI and chat GPT in writing, how can we identify content in articles and research papers which is of chat GPT and all?
That I think you can answer.
That मेरा answer मैं इसको ये
That
नहीं
I
बोला,
think you can answer the
मैंने
best.
उसको बोला कि तुम मुझसे अलग से मिल लेना।
Because Sumit is doing this day in and
मैंने उसको लिख दिया है, but there is then another question which says that can we stay without the AI? It is for the panel question. Next question: can we stay without the AI?
depends where you want to stay.
Hey, but where do you want to?
No, I'm just joking. I'm saying.
सब जगह है आई थिंक। आई मीन व्हाट्सएप पे
जैसे
भी
कहते
है।
हैं ना, you cannot not communicate. है ना, you cannot not communicate. You are communicating all the time. Similarly, you cannot not use AI because you are using it in every bit of your life, right? Unless you want to go to a jungle and stay in a hut. That's why I'm saying that depends where you want to stay. You can, so earlier, see, that's what I was saying, that change is inevitable. It, whenever there's a new technological disruption, change comes in, and then it makes humans, more dependent on that. Earlier also, we used to travel without Google Maps, right? And we used to ask people, इधर से कहाँ मुड़ना है? Isn't it? पूछ के जाते थे. So as there are more and more technological disruptions, there are more, as there are more technological disruptions, there are, AI or any other disruption would make humans dependent, more and more dependent on them. So that's what I'm always emphasizing on, that don't be dependent on that. Use it for your assistance. Do not use it for replacement. Do not be an addict of anything.
नहीं नहीं, एआई वही इसलिए कहा कि यूज इट विद द कॉशन। आप नहीं, जैसे अब मैं व्हाट्सएप, अगर आप व्हाट्सएप यूज करते हैं ना, तो व्हाट्सएप पे भी आपको ऑलरेडी स्पेलिंग लिख के आ जाता है, वो भी एआई है।
अभी जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ पीछे, जिसमें वो एआई, ये गूगल मैप देख रहे थे, पुल पे चढ़ गए और वो हाफ मेड था, गिर गए और डेथ भी हुई है, तो वो भी तो एक एग्जाम्पल है। तो आप मतलब you cannot be blind and just driving. You have to see if there is no road ahead.
सिर्फ अपना याद है बस,
मतलब अपनी फैमिली का याद होता है यूजुअली,
एक दो लोगों का,
हस्बैंड का, मदर का, बच्चों का, एक दो अच्छे फ्रेंड्स का,
मम्मी पापा भाई, अपना बस 4 लोग का। और किसी
our retention is selective. We always teach, no, there is a selective exposure, selective perception, selective retention.
ये भी टैलेंट में गिना जाएगा आगे कि आप
फोन नंबर छोड़िए, आप अपने 10th के कितने क्लासमेट्स के नाम याद हैं? 10 से ज्यादा आपको याद नहीं होंगे शायद।
पर आगे ये भी टैलेंट में ही गिना जाएगा कि कितने नंबर याद है किसी को। कोई कहेगा मेरे को 25 नंबर याद है, तो वो भी लोग बहुत टैलेंटेड है भाई, 25 कैसे याद है इसको? एग्जैक्टली, गिनीज बुक वर्ल्ड में रिकॉर्ड होगा। बस तो आप टैलेंटेड ही माने जाओगे, 1,500 तो नहीं होगा।
हाँ, अगर आप ऐसा कहेंगे तो हम उसको क्रॉस चेक करेंगे, फैक्ट चेक करेंगे, सारे नंबर वेरीफाई करेंगे।
वेरी नाइस।
Yes, saying yes to AI or saying no to AI. But what has emerged from the discussion is using it with discretion. Like, it could be seen as a knife also, or technology also. Let's say nuclear technology. We are using the same technology for making dams, but at the same time, the same technology is used for making bombs. So likewise, I think our discretion is very important. So with this, we conclude the session, and thank you to the panelists for having taken out time and having been here, and for this wonderful discussion that we had. Dr. Surbhi, Dr. Sarpriya, wonderful having you here. Thank you.
So thank you so much for inviting us and having us here. I've been here for the first time, but I know Dr. Pooja for the last 30 years, 30.
Yeah.
Yes.
We usually
I would like to thank him specifically. Why? Because he has invited us. One, he invited us in Bhubaneswar also. Isse pehle, and we were we were in the same panel there also. So
Now he will, when he will leave this university, wherever he go, na, he worked for 2 years, and whenever he go in the next job,
the panel will follow.
So he is also
The panel will follow.
So to sum up, tu
Next-
jahan
next
jahan
year-
chalega, mera saya saath hoga.
next year he might not be with us, somewhere else. So नहीं ये क्या ही रहा था मैंने, your resignation is accepted. So
After the conference.
just humor कर रहे हैं. He's very very hardworking. He's the one who has managed everything. So if I'm relaxed and I'm enjoying because he's there, so clap for Satnam that you are there. So do not leave us for next 2 years. He will be with us till 2027. So right, man, you can conclude. Right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Ferry station. Okay. Thank you. इनकी त्वचा से इनके ऊपर का पता नहीं चलता।
You have to cross check your facts. You have to do the fact check.
As we come to the conclusion of this session, I want to thank all the esteemed speakers for discussing such a crucial topic. Now I invite Dr. Sumit Narula and Professor Dr. Isha Jayanti to please felicitate the speakers.
दोबारा आए नहीं हमारे अभी तो जो IMC ना है तो वहाँ देखना चाहिए कि ड्रेस पे हमारे समान पड़ा है।
I think अब आएगी ठीक है the light off हो गई नहीं आएगा सही नहीं आया फोटो
नहीं ठीक है
आप अपना दो
नहीं आपसे भी आप देखो
अच्छा मेरा वाला फोन तो
मतलब अब ऐसा नहीं हो आप इसमें भी देखो
ठीक है यार
ठीक है
भेज दो
अभी जल्दी तो आप रजिस्ट्रेशन